This is the second game of the series. First one was won by the South Island on Friday at the Willows ground. Low scoring thriller, that one. So starting with a good contest, two senior members of the New Zealand over 50s cricket side, Dean Askew, who's been the spearhead of New Zealand's pace bowling attack since their first game back in 2018 against Australia, and Richard Petrie, who also played in that match and has been a part of the team ever since. And we're away with a very nice crisp clip through mid-wicket, and that will run away for 4, I believe. It's a long boundary out that side of the field, short on this side, but it has gone for 4. So Richard Petrie generally doesn't like to muck around too much, and he had today, 4 off his third ball. Good start for the South Island. Richard Petrie didn't play in the first game. He was nursing a hamstring. As I mentioned, that match was a low-scoring one. Both teams actually got off to really good starts with the bat, but then lost clumps of wickets. And as it happened, North Island only managed 112, which South Island chased down with just 2 wickets to spare. Some very good bowling from Scott Mason for the south and Neil Ronaldson for the north. Neil Ronaldson took 5 for 29, which is the best ever bowling figures in over 50s cricket in New Zealand. Shout for LB, but probably going down leg side. And it will be a leg bye, in fact. That brings Craig Gibb onto strike for the South Island. South Island pretty flush with batters, so Gibb had to bat down the order the other day, but he's back in his usual opening position. That brings the first over to a close, 5 off it. Craig Gibb has also played for New Zealand. In fact, most of the players in this game have played for New Zealand at some stage, given that there's 22 or 23 players involved in the match. Most of them have played for New Zealand. Craig Gibb played in the 2018 World Cup for New Zealand. Now this is interesting. We're going to see Amitej Randhawa opening the bowling from the Port Hills end. It's been variously described as an off-spinner and a slow-medium bowler. I think he likes to mix it up. He does have an offie, and he also has quite a useful arm ball. So he is used to opening the batting.
Correct.
Randhawa to Petrie again. Looks like he's on the spot right from the start. It is a short boundary on the leg side, as Richard Petrie sees it here. And he aims for it straight away with an aggressive sweep shot, right on the edge of the block for today's game. So short boundary on the leg side, only about 45 metres, but very large on the left of screen as you see it. And it looks like that was actually a drop catch. Well struck by Petrie to Adrian Dale in the covers. Really well timed, and he couldn't grab onto it, unfortunately, for him and for the North Island side. So that's a big chance. Richard Petrie, dangerous batsman, and Adrian Dale, usually a very steady fielder. So Randhawa starts with a maiden. There was a leg by in there, but counts as a maiden. Good start from him. Craig Gibb is quite a prolific run scorer in local Christchurch club cricket. He's already scored 5 centuries this season in all cricket, 3 at club level and 2 at over 50s level, plus a 72 in a recent over 50s tournament. And he's off the mark now with a single out to the cover sweeper, who's quite close to the action actually, given that it is the short boundary. It's Chris Jeffries out there. So Gibb off the mark. Single for Richard Petrie.
Looking good. Isn't he?
Just joining me is New Zealand over 50s star Mason Robinson. Morning, Mason, how are you?
Morning, Jim. I don't know about a star. Don't worry about that.
That's not what you told me. So, Mason, tell us a little bit about this North Island, South Island tournament. How did it come about? What does it mean to the players?
Yeah, I was obviously, when we started off doing the over 50s, there was a build up to the 2018 World Cup. And we had to bridge that time leading up to it. And we selected a team from throughout the country. And we've had to figure out a way of keeping the standard high and those involved playing. And then that young Mr. Pete Escott from Auckland, great character, huge inspiration really for a lot of the over 50s cricket, but he thought of the north-south concept, and it's been something that people hold quite closely to them, and it's just been an ideal bridging gap for those World Cups.
Shout for LB there. Yeah, so it's almost a bit like a trial, given that you've got the best players from the North Island and the best players from the South Island. It is the closest thing that we get to a trial for the national team, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think most players are looking at it. There's a fair bit of competition there, and there's no one's got any places cemented, and a few new guys showing interest. So this competition is good.
was a slightly bigger shout, but good, well forward. Bowler didn't really show too much interest.
Yeah, Jesus, Dean Eskew's just such an unlucky cricket player at this stage. Beautiful rhythm. What, he must be coming off 20 metres there, Jim. Gliding in beautifully. We played at the Willows on Friday, and boy, just, you know, if there's a bit of grass there and he hits the string, she certainly still goes. It's too good, just about.
Yeah, his figures didn't reflect that. He went for 10 and over, but
Yeah.
like you say, still a good bowler. Maybe just hasn't been playing enough cricket recently.
Yeah. Yes.
And how about your own form, Mason, this year? How have you been going?
Especially after Christmas, loving. Oops. Yeah, loving the game. The body's good, and runs. Yeah, getting into the 20s, 30s, and 40s. It's like my age. But you need to get into the 50s and be successful. Yeah, so probably won't get a bat today. But what I'm finding more is the wicket keeping side of things. It's just, the feet are moving, the hands are just the ball's ending up in the hands so naturally. It's just really, really satisfying. Oh, peaches!
Well, that's a crucial wicket. Trying to sweep to that short boundary was Petrie, and missed it, and obviously wasn't getting too high. Randhawa doesn't get a lot of bounce, and the umpire had a good long think about it.
Might have been a bit predetermined there, I think. Peaches trying to sweep from the outside off, probably.
Yeah.
The outside of the line, very short boundary, but yes.
Yeah, he'd only got 5 off 13 balls, which isn't his normal style, so maybe ran out of patience, bit of premeditation. It's a big wicket for the North Island. Richard Petrie gone for 5, and it's 8 for 1.
Yeah, good batting line up South Island. JG coming in now, John Gary, home ground, knows well. He's been playing very well. Craig Gibb just off the 100. I think Andrew Moore, captain for Friday, out of Otago's, he's batting at a good 10. So, we know, and that's the value of Richard Petrie. Just think our motivator, and like all cricketers, I suppose, not leaving it up to the other players. So somebody's got to stand up and better take us through to the 40th over. Okay.
Language, please, Mason. We're going around the world. Just another interruption in play as a hang glider comes swooping in from the Port Hills behind us and lands on the outfield. It's the second one we've had in the last 5 minutes or so, and we're expecting a few more during the day. Probably won't show up on your screen, but players do have to stop when they come flying in there. Anyway, so interesting point here with John Gary facing up to Amitej Randhawa. That was nicely flighted. He does vary his pace quite a lot, Randhawa. That might have been the off spinner. His arm ball's quite a bit quicker and does present problems to batsmen. John Gary's also been in very good form. Scored 4 consecutive 50 plus scores before Friday's game, one of which was a undefeated 100. Only scored 12 on Friday. Was a victim of a somewhat controversial stumping, leg side stumping. As we see another hang glider come in, they're landing just to the left of screen, so not too much danger to the players. Get another hang glider. Paragliders, sorry, yep. We're going to have to run out of paragliders sooner or later, you think. There can't be too many more to come. Forming a little bit of a crowd on the mid-wicket boundary there. As Askew comes into Gibb again. Push drive out to the cover sweeper there, that's Chris Jeffries. He scoops that one up. And another single for Gibb. Have a wee look at the pitch this morning before play, Mason?
Yeah, I did. We were talking a bit about it. It's certainly it's well worn. It's been a bit of cricket, but it's still hard, and it depends. If it's hard and bouncing, we're sitting and looking more to 80, 300. If it's keeping low, like it's starting to tend to, more to 230, 250. So that's a bit of inside knowledge. And
all right, we'll replay that at the end of the match, what you've just said, Mason, and see how close you got.
That's our par scores.
Okay.
Just did a bit of running repairs. Rolling and just have that discussion around over 50s versus over 60s versus over 70s and the correlation to the competitiveness and the physical ability.
Oh, and that's given too. We've seen a few shouts from Askew against Craig Gibb. This one against John Gary. Looked like he was well forward, didn't he? But
I have to admit, she's not going. Height, I don't think, is an issue.
Okay.
And these days they seem to forget about how far down the track you are. If it's in line and it's straight.
So does that revise your 280 target?
No. That's what we're.
This looks like Scott McCarty coming in.
It is.
Yeah.
Yep. 1987, head boy, Marlborough Boys College. Learned his cricket in Marlborough. Pushed over straight to Wellington, I believe.
Also played for Otago, McCarty. Yeah. So he gets around.
That's right. Well, I think that's where he went to varsity, isn't it?
Mm. And while you're here, Mason, we should give a wee shout out to the Wakatu Cricket Club in Nelson. I believe a couple of the boys are watching today. JT and Jason, if you're online, g'day to you guys.
That's right. We're having a few little line browns, no doubt. Or courts, as the case may be.
Yeah, you were saying about the over 60s?
Yeah, just, I still feel genuinely that the over 50s have still got some competitive juices in there, the ability to run and physically perform. At the over 60s, that whole balance of participation in your squad of 14, you really start looking at, I guess, sharing the love and just, it's more that camaraderie is more the driving force, and certainly New Zealand strong also in over 70s, and then that's to me it's the total reason that you're playing the game. And it's not the competitiveness, the scores, it's more sitting back, clapping someone, getting someone happens to get 5 wickets, boy, you just sit back and everyone should just applaud that achievement.
Well, that was an important part of when we set up over 50s in this country, is we wanted it to be competitive, hard cricket, not social golden oldies cricket, and I think it's been great that everyone's really embraced that, especially at these higher levels. There are opportunities for social over 50s cricket, but games like this today will be played with good intensity, won't they?
Yeah, you watch that captain of the North Island side, Adrian Dale. He's a bit quiet at the moment, can't hear him.
Well, he dropped a catch a minute ago, that might have something to do with it.
That. There we go. But he certainly won't be wanting to lose 2 in a row, that's for sure. And you can just hear him talking out there. He's just fine-tuning the field. Army comes in, yeah. Yes, he's an inspiration. We got Bert Horner and the keeper, keeping the volume and the voice of the team going. It's good. The longer Craig Gibb bats, definitely the more comfortable we're going to feel that he could kick on for a good one.
Yeah, he does know how to play long innings.
That's right.
Oh, Oh, he nearly had his innings cut short there.
Yeah, old
But
commentator's curse.
Now what's that gone? It might have missed everything. It's not quite gone to the boundary. It's been hauled in there. I'm just waiting for the umpire's signal. Buys it is. So Bert Horner, the wicketkeeper, won't be pleased with that one, but it looked a little bit tricky to take.
Yeah, no, he needs to sharpen up. Just
All right.
He's got to stay down, Birdie. No, that's a very good keeper. I think they're still playing Northland B cricket, which is fantastic. With the likes of the nice couple for Craig Gibb, tickling it off his pads down the leg side.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for the signal on this one, and that's leg buys. So we're going through all the various ways to score runs.
Yeah, I think the critical point in this game is going to be Rowley.
That's Neil Ronaldson.
Bowling is just with the overcast conditions, track potential to do a bit. We've just got to weather that storm through the middle overs. There's the loose one, and it's gone.
Yeah, that's one of Craig Gibb's favourite shots, the cut. He doesn't miss out too much there, and yeah, it was basically a slow, long hop outside off stump, put away for 4. So just the second boundary of the match. Gibbs first.
Yeah, certainly as you go up, whether it's North Island, South Island, the provincials, he comes in, it's a good line length. The bowl. The higher up you go, definitely the bowling gets more crafty and very accurate. So you might get one loose delivery every couple of overs. Certainly in the World Cup, that's what tended to be the case, especially with those Pakistanis and yeah. The Aussies are pretty miserable as well, but that's just after literally decades of tight bowling.
Right.
However, as you go more on the provincial side, even a club level sort of thing, you can expect maybe one to two deliveries that you can wait and put to the boundary. So it's
This will be another good contest. Two former first-class players. Dean Askew, who played quite a bit for Auckland and I think for Central Districts as well, versus Scott McCarty, who played first-class cricket for definitely Otago and Wellington and perhaps even Auckland, I'm not sure, but I think maybe just Otago and Wellington. Played about 5 or 6 seasons, I think.
this is where we could be like Mark Richardson. He'd have the little Google little thing just showing us all the stats.
I can bring that up.
Yeah, then we can sound really informed. This would be New Zealand's equivalent to Cape Town, wouldn't it? Table Mountain in the background, the gondola. It's an awesome little ground.
Yes, obviously you can't see on the screen there, but to the left of screen is a nice hill. Chance for a run out, and he's out. Wow, tight single, and who was that in the field there? Mike Jamieson racing around and fired it in, and yeah, Craig Gibbs out. So it's not exactly what South Island needed at this point, a run out. It's 3 down now, and we're just talking about Craig Gibbs' ability to bat through the innings and get a big one. Well, he won't be doing that today. I think it was McCarty's call, and maybe Gibb was a little bit slow to get out of the blocks, I'm not sure, but not a good start.
I definitely think, Jim, there was definitely probably a one there. I saw it, but Craig was probably sitting on his bat just a smidge, and if he'd run on the call, there was probably a single there. He nearly got there as it was.
Yep, it was tight, but to the naked eye it looked like it was probably out. Later in the day we can go through the Pitch Vision interactive scorecard, which you'll see on the Facebook link to this game, and you can slow down those clips. Check it out for yourself.
You got that Hamish French coming in, middle order for the
Hamish. Yes, that's
Frenchie.
right.
Oh no, sorry. He's coming in later on. The Rock, calling the Rock. So this is Dean
Reid.
Dean Reid batting now. It's good to see with this. We won't be messing around now.
Aggressive player, Dean Reid. Oh, pretty
Reid.
loose shot to start.
Yeah, so Pump's going 7 then between you and me for 8 and 9.
Oh, who's at 10, 11?
Will we have
So, South in a bit of trouble here. 18 for 3. Lost three big wickets. Petrie, Gary and Gibb.
Big wickets, Jim.
It's 3 of the top run scorers in New Zealand over 50s cricket. All gone within the first 7 overs.
That's right. This is where Petrie just comes into his own, though. He's taught us, and in a season, the bowlers will get you out twice a year, twice in the season. The rest of the time, the batsmen are getting themselves out, and if you make the right choices, then cricket's an easy game. So the boys, whether it's the call, the playing something that wasn't really there, and it's if you just stay within your zones and bat time, there's your runs.
We'd say 2 of these 3 wickets have been the batsman's fault.
That's right. Yep, it's just choices. So this is Ahmed Reid. Dino's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna mess around too much.
No, he's not a patient batsman, Dean Reid.
That short boundary out square is also going to be a big lure. Great.
He likes to stay leg side of the ball. Good through the offside, but also doesn't mind a heave to cow corner.
So I think he's. There we go.
There we go. That's
was-
up in the air. It's a chance for a catch. Oh, Chris Jeffries coming in from the boundary just overran that one a little bit. Here
we go, Redo.
Ended up
Working hard,
kind of
Dino.
bouncing off his chest. So probably thought it was going to be a harder catch than it was. By the time he got there, it was quite a simple one, and he's fluffed it. So it's the second chance gone down, and ends up being 2 for Dean Reid.
Yeah,
That could have been crucial.
You could sense that it just was coming, and we just need Dino to play that middle order role, bat time.
Yeah, we've started place with Stonewood, which is out sort of looking
It's
over
that balance, Jim, that keeping positive, but that's not positive. That's those choices. Yeah.
He scored 60 yesterday in local club cricket to Dean Reid.
And then Saturday night we just we had dinner at Stonewood.
Yeah, so the Wasp predictive score, I think, is definitely 10 in there. Just a little bit more in the 250. That's what we would be wanting.
Okay, that's still quite positive from you, Mason, with the score at 20 for 3 after 8 overs.
That's right. It's like the current New Zealand team. You're never under any pressure really, because those batsmen coming in that middle order, they're going to score runs if they need to. We've got Andrew Nuttall still. I don't know if he's been dismissed in over 50s cricket.
Oh, he has.
Oh, is he? Sorry, Geez, that must have been a good delivery. Because he's.
That's a nice shot from McCarty.
Yeah.
Flicked off his pads out to that long boundary at backwards.
Yeah, a bit of insights from the changing rooms there. Scotty McCarty, even when he turned up today, you could just see he didn't get too many runs on Friday. He's just looking to say, I'm going to get some runs. And he's looking pretty determined. So and he's playing good cricket shots. So that's a good sign. Here we go, Rito! Get up here, Nelson. Yeah, we just started talking about that Andrew Nuttall, St Albans, back in the early playing days, with a very sharp team. It's good cricket back in those 80s, a lot of, especially in Canterbury, a lot of New Zealand Canterbury cricketers in club cricket. But nuts, it's just, you'd think he's 23 instead of in those early 60s. And that'll be a key part of the day later on when Andrew's bowling. The track's starting to it's certainly not got the bouncing that we were potentially hoping for a high scoring game. It's just going to start turning, I think, and be a bit of a handful later on in the day.
Andrew Nuttall needs 1 wicket to become the first player to take 50 wickets at over 50s level in New Zealand. He's got 49. The next best is 28, and that's Scott Mason, actually.
Yeah, right. Andrew works very hard on his fitness, and that's, just shows if you put the work in and keep fit, keep supple, you can still keep playing. And remember, everyone out there, if you don't make it in your 20s or your 30s or even your 40s, you can always make it in your 50s. Great quote that from Dean Askew. I think Dino's just pulled it back a bit here and just pulled back the pace and just settling on a line and length now.
This will take some stopping. Yeah, well done from Randhawa, right in front of us here in the commentary position. That flashing drive, edge down to third man. So 9 overs gone now, 27 for 3. Batsman out were Richard Petrie, who was LBW Randhawa for 5. John Gary was LBW Askew for 0, and Craig Gibb was run out for, I think he got 7 or 8.
Yeah, that Gibb dismissal, that was quite a crucial wicket. He was actually looking well settled and just chopped off at the prime. Chris Jeffries, you mentioned, he was under the high ball. He's out of Masterton, I think, and he's actually he's actually assistant refereed super professional rugby, Super Rugby, and certainly refereed at that high finals in the Mitre 10 Cup. I think thought it was a rugby ball, Jim. Took it to the chest.
Yeah, he did try it.
No worries there, Chris. I wouldn't give him another chance. I think he might take that one. But Dean Reid, he's looking a bit more circumspect, and he's had his edge, he's had the drop. I've just got a funny feeling though there's not going to be any holding him back. The next couple of shots I think are going to have a go. But we need him to knuckle down.
It's good bowling from Randhawa. He's into his 5th over now, only conceded 6 runs.
Where's Army come out of? Where does he hail from?
He's from England, actually. I think he was born from somewhere near Manchester, if I remember.
It's certainly North Island, is it? More in the north. Yeah. It's good. Dean's he's working hard. That's good.
Maiden over from Randhawa. He's now bowled 5 overs for 6 runs. So So Mason Robinson's predicted score of 280s looking a fair distance away.
Yeah. Do we remember the proviso there though, Jim? That was if the track was bouncing.
Right.
Yeah, if there was a bit of bounce and it was hardness from the track, that's what we felt or heard, that's 250 to 280. Now it's definitely keeping reasonably low. So it's going to be a little bit trickier. So yeah, 230 to 220 to 250 is what we're probably be targeting now.
Interesting change here at the city end. Adil Samani coming into bowl. He didn't bowl on Friday. Bowls leg spin. Another former first class player, played for Northern Districts. Back in those days he was bowling all-rounder. Now he's more of a batting all-rounder. So it'll be interesting to see how his leggies go.
Yeah, speaking to him the other day, he's really enjoying the over 50s. Back in, it must have been about 85, somewhere around there. He was in the New Zealand under-19s. Shane Thompson, John Wilson was in there. The Blair Hartland was just coming to the fore. Really good team with Peter Dobbs. And since he's got back into the cricket, he's just absolutely loving it. So there's a shout out for some of those fellas to keep going, keep fit.
Starts with a bit of a half tracker, and there's no one down at the long leg area, which is where the ball rolls into the boundary. 4 to McCarty, so not a great start for Samani. I was watching him in the warm-ups. He was dragging a few down, so he'll have to try and get that length right.
Yeah, not too unhappy with that length, Jim.
Mason Robinson, of course, playing for the South Island, if you hadn't already noticed. Tossed up. It's maybe 2 tossed up. So somewhere in between those 2 deliveries would probably be about right.
Yeah, this is good. Scott's, he's batting. He wants to be there a long time. We did talk about just pushing the ones, tickling it round, keeping the score ticking over. Because if you can gap it, you got a good chance that there's no problems getting the single.
A bit of length.
Yeah. It's good to see the old leg spinners doing well. Ish Sodhi. So he picked up didn't he pick up a liaison contract? Missed out on the plane. Boy, I could just imagine he'd be really good at that role. Just plenty of energy.
Tani's found his length perhaps now.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Had a good IPT, did Samani. That's the national tournament for over 50s in New Zealand.
Yeah,
nice sweep from McCarty.
Good option.
That will be another 4. He hit that quite fine, just tapped it on the head. So they might have to think about the fielding positions perhaps for Samani's next over. 8 runs off that. Good one for the South. Yeah, talking about Samani's good IPT, he's played 6 games of over 50s cricket now. Scored 200 runs at 40. So like I say, more of a batting all-rounder these days.
Keep going, Rido! Yeah, the old off-spinner, Ami is bowling very well.
Well, there's a bit of debate as to whether he is actually an off-spinner. Have you faced him?
Yes, played against him in the districts.
Okay.
It was good. I enjoyed it. He just kept occasionally, it's like throwdowns really, he just kept throwing it up on the ability just to place it into the offside.
It's cut away by Reed. It's one of his favourite shots. It's the cut. It doesn't quite reach that long boundary out there. I think that's Dean Bush who's hauled it in, but they do get 2.
Yes, yeah. If you can just get to the pitch, just wait for the ball. It's not too much spin. So it wasn't too threatening from the spin, but it's just a lot of variation.
And for the expansive off drive, missed that one. No danger to the stumps. good bowling from Randhawa. Proving hard to hit.
So was he for Auckland or?
Yes, he played for Auckland in the
Sorry,
IPT, did Randhawa.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
That's nicely struck, but there is a man at long off, so it'll just be the single.
Yeah, while Scotty faces up here, I think just mention some of the new faces I've seen in the over 50s gym, especially in the wicket keep. Soon actually watching him assist and contribute to the North Island's warm-ups. You can see brings a competitive attitude as he plays. It's a good shot, Scotty. Nice little tickle. That might actually go all the way.
It's a long boundary down there as well,
Yeah.
but he's got enough on it on that leg glance off the off spinner, and it has gone for 4.
Yeah.
4 more to McCarty.
Yeah, so Junior Tanu, as I was saying, he brings that competitive element as well as a real team approach, camaraderie, focus, but not prepared to set a mediocre standard. Keep driving, keep lifting. Yeah, and you can see it in his batting. He's fleet-footed. He'll settle back. I reckon he'll end up doing pretty well. Certainly with the bat and the keeping.
This is Afisa Tanu, who
Yes.
played a few games for the All Blacks, back in the 90s, and also for the Samoan team. And he's always loved cricket. And he played in the first game on Friday. Had to go back to Auckland today, so he's not playing today.
Yeah, huge love. He's got a huge love for the game. You know, even although obviously rugby was his earlier passion and career, mixing with some top international world class rugby players. Underneath, he was always just loved that cricket at Orongatai.
Rongotai College,
Yes.
close to where I grew up. Right, so Samani's second over. His first over was a bit of a mixed bag. 2 boundaries, but landed 1 or 2 in that right leg spinner's spot. See how he goes against Dean Reid. Starts with a full toss, which is driven down the ground, and he's hit that well enough that I think it will run into that mini hedge at the end of the ground. So it's 4 to Dean Reid.
It's a very good sign that Jim. He's not overhitting and looking to time it as opposed to smacking the snot out of it. The 6s will come later on, just to get the timing of the pitch. Placement, Rito.
Nice, what's the score, mate?
46 for 3 is the score after 12 overs. So we see another single to Dean Reid, punched out to Chris Jeffries on the cover boundary.
Good mate of mine, Guy. I was just telling him how we went through the portal yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to have the head man of it.
Yeah, interesting times, Jim. A bit of COVID coming into South Island, level 2. We're lucky enough, there looks to be about 94 spectators around, including the players, so just under that 100.
Yeah, of course, we haven't actually had any COVID in the South Island, but one case in Auckland last night, which has put Auckland back to what we call level 3 in New Zealand, which isn't full lockdown, but it has some more restrictions than we're used to, and the rest of the country goes to level 2, which doesn't really make too much of a practical change for us. We're not supposed to have more than 100 people in a gathering.
Yeah, there's a good 2 metres between you and I around the mic, so it's good.
But generally the New Zealand cricket season's been virtually unaffected by COVID compared to most countries in the world. Even in Australia, they've had a lot of their over 50s cricket postponed or cancelled, and most other countries have been affected as well. Okay, we're now going to see Amitesh Randhawa's bowled his 6 overs, 1 for 13, good spell from him, and now we're going to see Neil Ronaldson coming from the Port Hills end. As I mentioned earlier, took the best figures ever in New Zealand over 50s cricket on Friday, 5 for 29. Ripped the heart out of the South Island chase. They still managed to get home despite that.
Yeah, this is a big moment of the game. This Rolls their best bowler. He's opening up here from the southern end. Very short boundary, so they're backing him to be able to protect it and trust him to keep the line and length.
McCarty plays that one comfortably. If anything, Ronaldson was perhaps a little bit leg-sidey.
That's right.
The other day. Out of those 29 runs that he conceded, 20 were wides, leg-side wides. So when he got it right, it was excellent. There were also a few stray balls.
This is good. I'm starting to like the look of the South Island batters. Just starting to settle now. Respect. Seeing it early. He's generally taking it away, and then it's that one that he brings back that's causing the concern. That was it. That was the one coming back into the batsman. Well played, Rito. Good. Yeah, ex-flanker, played senior rugby in Auckland for many years, I believe. Over 100 games for, I can't remember which club it was actually.
Might have been Papatoetoe. That's where he's from. Nice off drive from Reid there. It's a beautiful shot. Dean Bush sprawling away at mid-off. Didn't really have any chance of cutting it off. Beautiful shot from Reid.
No, Adam's not. Yeah, because he came in to replace
So the track's just a little bit low, but certainly it doesn't appear to be having too many dangers like on Friday when it was certainly seaming around. Might nullify some of Rowley's
What do you think will happen with Russell?
weaponry.
Just a bit of a delay as the fielders retrieve the ball from the undergrowth. They have managed to find the bright pink ball, and we're ready to go again.
That'll be a Kookaburra, Jim, would it?
Dukes.
Dukes.
Oh, there's one of those big siders that we saw from Ronaldson that's heading down towards the boundary behind the keeper, but it's really well cut off by Samani. So, how many wides did they run there? 1. So,
Really?
I think they thought it was
4.
They thought it was going to be 5 wides, but it was a nice bit of fielding from Samani to cut it off.
We need to sharpen that up there, Jim.
It's leg side again, clip down to Samani once more.
Yeah, Scott McCarty looking good there. He's just waiting and watching those ones down the leg. Very classy. I think he's sort of knuckling down here, and geez, the old paragliders.
2 paragliders, one straight after the other.
They're reasonably sharp. Hold on, there's a third one on his way. For some reason the batsmen want to stop the cricket and watch them come in.
Well, this guy looked like he's about 15 seconds away from landing.
We've got about 300 feet.
There'll just be a pause. You can see all the players looking skywards.
200 feet. Doing a clockwise descent, coming in.
Yeah, no pressure on him to nail the landing.
Yep, New Zealand Defence Force colours. Oh, very
He's
sedate.
taking his time, coming
Yes.
into third man, landing at third man.
I think it might be his maiden flight, just quietly.
These three guys have been doing it.
Yeah, maiden flight there. Rowley coming into Dean Reed. What happened there? How come Rito's facing that one? Did I miss a ball?
Well, McCarty got that one down
Oh,
to
too true.
fine leg, and
That's dementia slipping in there, Jim, at the over 50s.
it does happen.
Well played, guys. Yeah, the Heathcote Cricket Club's perched up just at the base of the gondola here in Christchurch. I understand here quite a little unique microclimate up there. So there's a lot of slightly different trees and plants grow up here.
Not a breath of wind yet. I think if we do get some, it'll come from, what's that, the north? In that
Willikin,
direction?
that is
Yep.
the north there, Jim, yep.
Little edge
Get on
there,
that.
I think, onto the pads of one of the wicket keeper.
Army's got a good arm, actually. That might be why they call him Army. Is that why they call him Army?
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if that Adrian Dale holds himself today. A little bit sore in the calves on Friday and held himself back. One of their potent, or one of New Zealand's over 50s potent bowlers. That's the strings.
But another hang glider coming in. He's directing himself just again into that third man area, although it's cow corner for batter from this end, but safely out of harm's way, and we're ready to go again.
It wasn't his first rodeo.
That'll take some stopping. Well done by.
Very gutsy stuff.
Jeffries.
Chris Jeffries down there.
Yeah, you don't get a lot of
On
time
the
to think
point.
about it when you're
Yep.
fielding on the boundary at that
Cover point
very
boundary.
short boundary. Well done from Jeffries, but they still get one.
Yep. Yeah, that kept very low. McCarty watched it well. Ooh, I think that might have been the old Doosra. That definitely was the wrongie.
That's a nice length
no,
from
I feel,
Samani.
yeah, I feel he's definitely starting to find a bit better rhythm. He's just pushing it through a little bit quicker now.
Beat Reed on the outside. on
Yeah,
that occasion.
the wrongie the ball before. It's just a good little. Yeah, very good over. That's good cricket.
15 overs gone. 57 for 3 is the score, so that's 3.8 an over.
3.8. Yes, that's yeah.
So we're 1/3 of the way through the South Island innings. 45 overs, of course, these over 50s matches, which is what they play at international level.
Yeah, so no, we'll have to give that third to the North Island. I think they've just
Very generous
tied
of
us
you.
down. Yeah, well, it was very hard to say, but they've bowled reasonably well. Started to slip a few down the leg side, but otherwise bowling very well. Yeah, so I think we're definitely looking at that 220, 250. Still, 250 is a long way away. Rowley's settling into his line. There's the first two have gone away. Keeping reasonably low. Wide of it off. That's gone. That's a great shot, Scotty McCarty.
He's timed it well, and
Oh.
that is the longest boundary
Oh,
on
he
the
did
field.
haul it in.
And in fact, yes, Dean Bush has done really well. He didn't give up on that one.
What happened there?
They've run just 2. Probably thought it was 4 off the bat.
Oh, man. That's a great shot. Well watched.
But the man is there.
No, that's
Nicely
right.
clipped off his pads, but Jeffries, who's been doing a lot of work out there, is in the action again.
Warrior Express. Again. I've just got a funny feeling the Rito, the hammies are starting to play up. I think we're going to see a bit of increased tempo. Very strong. Dean Reed. Just got McCarty, got a bat through now. He's our man that's in. Yeah, I don't think 3 and over is going to be anywhere near the winning score. Jim, I think yes, we definitely would like 200 plus. Played Canterbury. The Wellington Firehawks came down, which includes a few of the Tasman players from Nelson and Marlborough came down, and we managed to seek a win over the Canterbury team it was at that stage, and yeah, I think it was early, it's about 220 odd was the score.
Including 60 from himself.
Yes, yeah, thanks, Jim. Yeah, no, it's betting time, making the right choice. That's what cricket's about. Simple game, according to Mr. Petrie, and he's dead right. Geez, I like this field.
Yes,
So
we're seeing
great.
another man coming into the offside here.
Yeah,
So they've got,
that's good.
We've got a short third man, we've got a point, we've got the cover sweeper, and Dean Bush has just come into extra cover. Plus we've got a long off.
Yeah, I think he's just putting them a bit flatter, but and he's got the men out there for the short one.
Just about everyone there. The batsman hit it back to the bowler who deflected it onto the non-striker, and he got away with that. Just having a look at his finger there, Samani may have just clipped the edge of the digit.
Yeah,
His bowling hand, spinning finger perhaps.
I think the crowd's building up on that far long on. Is where Dean will be just eyeing up. There it is. Oh no. 4.
So almost a replay in that one. Full toss, hit straight back to the bowler. Sore hand again.
Must be bowling a little bit more outside off stick than on those full tosses. Jim, I can't even see it.
That's a nice shot from
Yeah.
Reed. 4 runs to the extra cover boundary. Well done.
Okay, we'll just go off.
Yeah, nice shot there from Reed. Really good drive through that strong offside field. Went to the right of Dean Bush in that extra cover position. Really had no chance of stopping it. Straight this time, but there is a man there at mid-on who cuts that one off. So
Yeah, after that shot, I was very impressed with Dean. He's been very restrained and trying to keep it on the ground, playing good cricket shots.
well, it's through the field, and that'll be 4 more for Reed.
What's that, mate?
69.
Of how many?
4. Oh, 17 overs, Frenchie.
Is it hard to...
Oh no, I'm just
Oh
memorised.
yeah, 69 for 3 off 17.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. What's Mitty on?
Hamish French just joins us here at Frenchy. What do you think the state of the play is?
Well, we're bouncing back a wee bit, Mace,
Yeah.
but it was certainly a little tough early on, but the wicket looks a wee bit slow, so we'll just have to head down.
Keep it going, Scotty.
and keep it going.
That's right. Yeah, no, it's just got about the 45 overs, don't we? Make sure
Yep.
we're
That's it.
solid. Frenchie's there is the rock. He saw us through with a great victory on Friday. Hamish French. Should I hope it's right, the shoe clinic.
Yes, owner of Shoe Clinic, Hamish French,
Glad I got that right, Frenchie.
for all your athletic footwear needs.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm not sure if anyone's out there in the Wellington area listening in, but there's a guy, Scotty Pender. Boy, he is a great chiropractor. Saw that physio.
Osteopath.
Osteopath? Okay. Osteopath. Similar to chiropractor, similar to physiotherapy, but boy, if you want your body sorted out, Scotty Pender's your name. Google that and you will be mightily happy and satisfied with the service you get.
Right, back here after that short ad break at Heathcote Cricket Club. We just had a short break and play, maybe a change of gear for a couple of the players. 69 for 3 after 17 overs. Neil Ronaldson to resume against Scott McCarty. I think we might have the scores a little bit wrong on the screen here. We'll try and sort that out as play progresses. Nicely flicked away by McCarty down to fine leg where John Cleland fields and bowls it back in. So another one to McCarty.
Good full face of the bat from Dean Reid.
Yeah, Ronaldson hasn't quite been the threat today that he was on Friday. He was virtually unplayable at times.
Yeah, quite a different wicket though, isn't it, Jim? It's like here the outfield's green and you look at the track and it's got that brown tinge to it. At the Willows Cricket Club, very famous here in Canterbury for bringing the youngsters through, and certainly the typical Canterbury outfield brown, paddock light. Field, great shot.
Oh, nicely dabbed away by Reid. Bit of a late cut. Don't see all that often, but it is a shot that Reid likes to play, and it's just the one as Dean Bush comes around, does the fielding. Sorry, Dean Askew it was. Got my Deans mixed up. Dean A and Dean B.
Yeah, so we're just talking about that, the Willows and the wicket block itself. They play actually 30 games a year out at the Willows, which is a lot of games, mainly against first 11s. So they've got to pace themselves. They can't play Saturdays because they've got to play most of their games on the Sundays. So by the time they throw over 50s game in, she's pretty a little bit wet and doing a bit there. But on the Sunday game for when they're targeting, beautiful. But that was certainly Rowley's wicket, and he extracted great results from it. Scotty McCarty facing.
Oh, that's a fantastic stumping. That's one you'd be proud of there, Mason.
Yeah, no, that's very good, birdie. Scotty had been looking at that little tickle down the leg side. It was quite wide too. It was actually had to go back quite a way. Sometimes those ones where they go that far down the leg, you actually do get to see it a little bit more. The ones that are just missing the leg sticks that are obscured by the batsman for a longer period. But that was very sharp. That was very good work there,
Yeah.
Bert Horner.
That was an outstanding stumping. I don't think there's any question about whether he had the ball in his hand, which may have been the case in a similar stumping on Friday. But no, that was very, very sharp work. McCarty was looking really good.
Yes.
And just when we were saying that
Right, well I might have to love and leave Jim. Done a great job and they're inspirational in keeping the momentum going in these COVID times for the over 50s cricket. And it's great to see the Pete Escott Trophy, well supported by Little India. Restaurants throughout New Zealand have got it behind us, and it's keeping over 50s cricket alive and certainly kicking here in New Zealand.
Very good. Well, thanks for your time, Mace. You go pad up and we'll see you on the field in a little while.
That's right.
All right.
About 20 overs.
20 overs, maybe. That was Mason Robinson, of course, New Zealand wicketkeeper batsman. Hails from the Wakatu Cricket Club in Nelson, which just happens to be my club as well. So we saw some great action in that last over from Neil Ronaldson, the leg side stumping, of course, being the main highlight. Really well done from him. And we're going to see a change in the bowling from the City end with Reese Henderson having a bowl. Reese wasn't required on Friday. South Island innings only lasted about 25 overs, so it wasn't quite time for him to get a trundle, but he was the leading wicket taker at the IPT, that's the national tournament. In fact, leading wicket taker for the last 2 years in that tournament. So he's getting his chance today, off spinner, and he'll be bowling to Dean Reid. New batsman at the other end is Hamish French. And could be a chance. Oh no, as Reid slams it down to long on, but it does bounce before Dean Askew, who's at long on, quite a long boundary out there. So Reid looking aggressive. So Hamish French, usually quite a dynamic batsman, not a huge hitter, but likes to keep the strike turning over, always looking active. Him using his feet, second ball, and pushing it out to that cover sweeper, Chris Jeffries again. So yeah, Hamish French, usually a dynamic batsman, but on Friday had to play a completely different role, trying to steady the South Island ship as they were chasing that small target. Scored 6 not out off 41 deliveries, but it was exactly what his team needed, and guided them through those tricky waters. Reid again, aggressive, and that has gone to the left of John Cleland at extra cover and will roll across the boundary and down the little hill at the edge of the ground there. So another boundary for Dean Reid. He's looking good today after a little bit of a shaky start. Aggressive again, once again it falls just short of Dean Askew at long on. So just the one for Reid on that occasion.
So they're both starting up here now. One's very on. Oh, there's, yeah, one's sort of on the horse last year. A young fella, Hugh, he's last year well, no, he's not sportsman. He's
Oh, that's a shout from Ronaldson. Probably just angling down leg side as he often does, Ronaldson. And not a completely convincing appeal. So no surprise that it was turned down. Reid misses out on the cut there. It is a shot that he's good at, so he'll be disappointed that he didn't get hold of that one. And again misses out on the cut. So this is a much better line from Ronaldson. He's managed to get the radar outside off stump rather than outside leg stump. Can't rely on those leg side stumpings all the time. Nice drive from Reid, but there is coverage at long off. Dean Bush swooping around, very agile. Into the 20th over, 84 for 4. South Island, so recovering well from that poor start that they had. They were 20 for 3 after 8 overs at one stage. They've now managed to get the run rate up to 4.2. And as Mason Robinson was mentioning earlier, pretty long batting lineup that they have, with Mason himself still to come, but the likes of Brent Fleming, and of course Andrew Hoare is perhaps the premier batsman in the side. He's put himself down the order today. So they are managing to set a good base, actually, with those good batsmen still to come. It's nicely flighted from Henderson. There's a chance, but it's gone over the head of the fielder at long off. It was well struck by Dean Reid, and John Cleland, who is fielding at long off at quite a long boundary, must have thought he was a good chance. He was probably a little bit too far off the boundary, to be honest, and it did end up sailing over his head and bouncing inside the line. 4 runs to Reid. A nice shot. You'd almost have to say that's a chance, though, because perhaps Cleland should have been more on the boundary, even though he didn't get a finger on it.
No, that's right. And don't go deep. And don't go deep. Yeah, until something is that. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, and bowled. Yes, he tried to repeat the shot and missed the ball, and it's just clipped. Looks to be the leg bail, so it was a bit against the run of play, as Reid was really looking quite good, but he's wasn't able to get any bat on that one, and he is now dismissed for a pretty good 38. Reece Henderson takes yet another wicket. Just can't seem to stop taking the wickets. Reece Henderson has taken 14 now this season in over 50s cricket. As I mentioned, he was the leading wicket taker in the national tournament, the IPT. So now it will be Andrew Hoare coming out to join Hamish French. at the wicket. Andrew Hoare top scored for the South Island on Friday with an aggressive 38. And with the long batting lineup that South Island has, he's magnanimously dropped down the order a wee bit. May have thought he wouldn't get much of a bat, but as it happens, he's going to have more than half the innings left. So just when we thought that South Island were bringing things back and perhaps even gaining the upper hand, that wicket brings the score to 88 for 5, so you'd probably have to say that North Island are on top here. So Henderson, he's often a little bit expensive. He does go for around 5 or 6 and over, but as I say, he does have a knack of taking wickets. Hoare has found the gap there through cover. Not a wonderful effort from the cover fieldsman who put out a foot rather than a hand. It was Mike Jamieson there, not a great effort from Jamieson. So Hoare's off the mark with a single. And it's 89 for 5 after 21. Warm day here at Heathcote Cricket Club. It was a little bit overcast and chilly this morning, but the cloud is burning off. It's almost muggy even, probably about 20 degrees.
We always had jet boats, you see. When I was younger, sort of milking cows that couldn't get away with front. We had a jet boat. It was a big jet boat in fraternity. We got the photographs on their back.
There'll be another wide. As I mentioned, he did bowl a few wides on Friday. In the process of taking 5 for 29, 20 of those runs were wides. And a fair amount of the balls that he bowled were to Hamish French, who resisted him very steadfastly during a difficult phase, much as he's doing now. But conditions were a lot trickier for batting on that occasion. And there's another leg side stumping from Bert Horner. So even though he drifts down the leg side quite a bit, he does take wickets, and that fantastic work from Horner. He loves it. He's very happy about it. Fantastic work again, quick as lightning, and another batsman overbalancing and paying the price. Hamish French this time stumped Horner, bowled Ronaldson for just a single. So some spectacular wicket keeping on display today. Bert Horner did not have a good game on Friday himself. He wasn't wicket keeping actually. Ofisa Tunu took the gloves on that occasion, and Bert Horner got a first ball duck and dropped a catch at slip. But today he started off very well with those 2 excellent leg side stumpings. So it seemed like just a moment ago that he was sitting next to me commentating, and now Mason Robinson has walked out to bat. And interestingly, the 2 men who opened the batting for the South Island on Friday, Mason Robinson and Andrew Hoare, are now batting together in the lower middle order, with Horan 1 and Robinson yet to face a ball, so virtually opening the batting anyway. And with more than half the innings to go, you'd say they do have time to build an innings. Possibly get to a score of 200. Mason Robinson boldly predicted somewhere between 230 and 280, so we'll see how accurate he was. Anyway, he's got a bit of a challenge here facing Neil Ronaldson. Starts with a wide, maybe looking for a leg side stumping, but I think Mason Robinson will be alert to that possibility. Try and keep that back foot grounded. Loves a good leg side stumping himself, does Robinson.
Yeah, and Millie, their two daughters, Millie and Sophie, they went to St Margaret's, and one's a doctor in Melbourne now, and the other one's studying in Otago. So they're not. There's no link back. No, really. They still quite coming. So yeah, it's in the back section. Sheer driveway.
Whoa, bit of bounce there from Ronaldson. He does have the ability to get bounce, but that kicked up and beat everyone. It's gone for a bye.
It's a lovely two-stroke. It's hardly affected, but I've had the driver had a crack about as wide as that bloody post. So they redid that. None of the doors sort of shut properly, but it was fine. You know, they re-kitted out the whole bloody house. What a car. Did it same with it again twice.
This will be a good contest as well. Ronaldson to Hoare.
So that's been so that's sort of been the problem. And
Played nicely down to third man, where John Cleland does his best but can't stop two.
this young guy who this builder was going to buy it and had a price of sort of
Well, there wasn't much chop.
oh well, mate, you've got to win ways to get a coffee.
Hello, PI.
Yeah, no good.
I saw that. You're doing so well.
G'day, Scott. Yeah, Guy and Karen, how are you? You had a good knock out there.
So we've got two of New Zealand's top run scorers at over 50s level out there. Mason Robinson and Andrew Hoare, at least at domestic level. Mason Robinson currently sits third on the all-time run scorers chart with 734 runs at 36. Andrew Hoare's a couple of spots below him with 550 at an average of 40. In case you're interested, the leaders there are Adrian Dale, who has almost 1,300 runs now, an average in the low 60s, and Richard Petrie, who just topped 1,000 run mark today before getting out. So those two gentlemen are the only players to have reached 1,000 runs at over 50s level in all New Zealand cricket. Mason Robinson in third place there, followed by John Gary and Craig Gibbs. So the top 5 runs, in fact almost all of the top 10 run scorers are playing in this game, the exception being Kelvin Scott, who's unfortunately injured, otherwise he would be. Yeah, 11 of the top 12 are playing in this match. Will also be a tight single, but unfortunately John Cleland couldn't field it cleanly. can definitely see some good intent from these two batsmen, trying to run the quick singles, put some pressure on the North Island fields. So you may have heard the umpire call over and drinks. We are halfway through the innings, 23 overs gone, so we'll have a short break for drinks, probably 5 minutes or so, and then we'll be back here again.
What's the score, Jim?
Players making their way back after that short drinks break for the second half of the South Island innings. South Island rebuilding somewhat after finding themselves 97 for 6. We're going to have a change of bowling from the Port Hills end. It's going to be Dean Bush replacing Neil Ronaldson. And he'll be bowling to Andrew Hoare, who's on 4. Another paraglider comes flying in. Lands on the offside. Leg side to Andrew Hoare. And he's quickly out of the way, so we'll get on with things again. Nicely bowled by Dean Bush. Another dot ball. It's good bowling from Bush. Goes for the quick single this time and will make it.
Picked up a lot of people from Kitewater as well.
Yeah, well done, mate.
The danger one if you fall one, because that's the one I can get a little further on, and that's the one I'm looking out for. When it's back on the legs, that's to the right hand to me. They're the ones that I'm concerned about is the full one leg to me. And then obviously the line starts on the stump. Starts on the stump.
Bit of a quiet patch and play here. Saw a tight over from Dean Bush. A couple of tight balls from Reese Henderson. Is probably getting used to seeing the players looking up to the sky as the paragliders continue to sail in. There's another two coming in quick succession. There's a single to Mason Robinson. Excellent fielding from Adrian Dale, nearly affecting a run out very similar to the one that he did against the West Indies at the Over 50s World Cup. Mason Robinson was just home.
Yeah, no, we met the other day.
Right, apologies for the quiet period of commentary there. I've had to shift the equipment inside in order to recharge the laptop. But we're all set up again now, so it's 101 for 6 after the 25th over. And Dean Bush will continue from the Port Hills end, bowling to Mason Robinson. So the run rate's just slowed down a wee bit. It was approaching 4.5 at one stage when Dean Reid was going along nicely. It's now just over 4. Understandable though, those 2 quick wickets have forced South Island to move into a bit of a rebuilding stage. Nice shot from Mason Robinson, beats the field on that occasion. It's heading out towards that long boundary that we've seen before. It won't reach the boundary. Oh, bit of indecision in the running. They'll settle for 2. Nicely hit by Robinson, but it is a long boundary out there and the grass is a little bit thick. Driven again by Robinson, beats the field, and this time I think it will go to the boundary. It's straight a boundary. Yes, he's hit it well enough to get to that long off boundary for 4. So nice shot from Robinson. He's looking a little bit more fluent now as he moves on to 9. On the drive again, but this time it's fielded by Ronaldson at mid-off. That's the end of the over. Reece Henderson into his 5th over now. His pretty good figures. 1 for 16 from his 4.2. Hoare down the track, and he's found the gap beautifully. That's a really nice shot from Andrew Hoare, using his feet, hitting the ball into that vacant, quite a big area out there actually, just wide of long on, and it's rolled down the bank into some bushes, so a couple of fielders have headed off to find it. Might take some finding. Really nice shot from Andrew Hoare. That's his first boundary. He moves on to 10. Just take this opportunity to run through the scorecard for you. Richard Petrie was out for 5. Scott McCarty for 33. Craig Gibb was out for 8. John Gary for 0. Scott McCarty for 33. Dean Reid for 38. And Hamish French for 1. Bowling figures, Dean Askew's got 1 for 16, Randhawa 1 for 13, Samani none for 23, Ronaldson 2 for 25, and Henderson 1 for 20. Dean Bush none for 8. Looks like we found the ball, so we'll resume.
Who's bidding? Who's bidding? Who's bidding?
Two more for Hoare, out to point boundary.
Sorry, I didn't realise you.
Hoare on the sweep. Is there a man there? He's taken the catch. What an outstanding catch that is down on the deep square leg boundary. Neil Ronaldson diving in front of himself. Just scooped it up. Definitely a legitimate catch. It was very, very low. Just scooped it up round by his bootlaces, and that's the key wicket of Andrew Hoare. Didn't quite get onto that sweep shot. It is only a short boundary here. And Ronaldson took an excellent catch. So apart from a couple of early drops from the North Islanders, the fielding's actually been very good. The keeping's been excellent. We've seen those two really good stumpings from Bert Horner. And now a really good catch from Neil Ronaldson. Big wicket that, Andrew Hoare. Suddenly, South Island find themselves at 113 for 7, with the best part of 20 overs still to bat. So not unlike what happened on Friday, where they collapsed from 68 for 2 to 112 all out. That won't happen today, but definitely not the 250 that Mason Robinson was talking about earlier. And it's yet another wicket for Reece Henderson. He just keeps taking them. 2 for 22 he has now. Whoa, that's a big hit from Mason Robinson. No consolidation from him. He's flicked that off his off his pads for the first 6 of the game, I believe. Beautiful shot, that one. Perhaps he's feeling, well, I'm the man now. 7 wickets down. He's got his iron. 21 balls he's faced, and maybe he figures that he's got to take some responsibility to do most of the scoring himself. Bit of a delay as the ball has got lost again, temporarily hopefully. It's a big shot. Landed somewhere near the Heathcote Valley Community Centre. It is only a short boundary here, but still well hit.
Oh, they're just getting bits and bobs for kids' face. Yeah.
Still no luck finding the ball, we're just waiting. Most of the North Island team have headed off in the direction that it went to try and find it. So there will just be a little bit more of a break as we don't seem to have had any luck finding the ball. Looks like they may have dived into someone's gear bag to try and find a practice ball of similar vintage. And the umpires are just having a look at that one to make sure that it's appropriate. Using the pink Duke's balls today, so we don't have a lot of options in terms of replacement balls. Okay, we are just about ready to resume. A replacement ball has been sourced. It's been approved by the umpires. Dean Bush has it in his hand now. He's giving it a little bit of a shine. And he'll be getting ready to bowl with it to Mason Robinson momentarily. Beats him outside the off stump. That's a pretty good delivery. Good comeback after that Big 6 on the previous ball. Ooh, looks like that one swung away from the swinging bat of Robinson. He wasn't able to get anything on it. So, is this ball going to swing more than the previous one? Looks fairly new. Guided away down to third man. There is a man there, the third man, and that's Dean Askew. He gets it in, but time for 2. South Island run rate is back up to 4.37, which is around where they were at their peak when Dean Reid was going quite well. Had a little bit of a dip as Robinson and Hoare consolidated, but that 6 from Robinson has helped bring it up again. Drive down the ground to long off just for a single. So that brings Brent Fleming onto strike for his first delivery. Which he plays comfortably enough. Brent Fleming also played for New Zealand at the 2018 Over 50s World Cup. Didn't have a huge degree of success. Came up against some very good bowlers, to be fair. But he's kept at it, still plays for Canterbury, bats a bit further down the order now than he did back in 2018. He was an opener then, now he tends to come in the middle order. And today batting quite low at 9, but again that's more a factor of shuffling the batting order around for the Southern team. Right, Henderson to continue into his 6th over. He has 2 for 22. Robinson tries to cut, can't get anything on it. Turning into a beautiful sunny day here in the Heathcote Valley. As Robinson tries to cut, does get hold of it this time, but straight to the short third man, Neil Ronaldson. Cloud is burned off, there's plenty of blue sky around, the sun is out. It's a nice late summer's day here in Christchurch. That one beats the sprawling Adrian Dale at short mid-on, and they'll take a single. It's another good over from Reece Henderson, just the single off it. He's got 2 for 23 off his 6 overs. This might be a good opportunity to remind everyone everything you want to know about over 50s cricket can be found on over50scricket.com. It's the home of over 50s cricket on the internet. You can find out about every international over 50s cricket match that's been played, statistics, videos. World rankings, world player rankings are up there. Full coverage of every match from the last World Cup, plus highlights as well. There's a lot of stuff on there. Over50scricket.com. Plus, of course, most of the international sides do have their own Facebook pages. New Zealand's one is there, New Zealand Over 50s Cricket. You'll find everything related to Over 50s Cricket in New Zealand there. Ooh, Robinson's beaten outside the off stump there. That was a good delivery from Bush. Looks like he put a little bit more into that one. Ooh. Robinson has a big swing at that one. It's maybe a bit too wide even for Bert Horner to think about getting one of his trademark leg side stumpings. And it's gone away for 5 wides. We saw a few 5 wides on Friday. That's the first one today, so that's definitely helpful to the batting side when it's a low scoring match, just 128 on the board. Handy runs. Bush makes sure that that's not down the leg side. It was well wide of the off stump this time. Robinson not able to cash in on that short wide delivery, just popping it into the covers. Gets hold of that one though, and he has found the gap. Put a bit more into that cut shot, and it's thudded into the point boundary. 4 runs to Robinson. Bit of indecision there. Robinson on the cut again. Slight misfield by Mike Jamieson again. But no chance, no serious chance of a run. End of the over, 132 for 7, and that's 30 overs gone. So 2/3 of the way through the allotted 45 for the South Island. It'll be Henderson to continue. This will be his 7th over on the trot from the city end. Fleming using his feet, but can't pierce the field. He's still on 0. Using the feet again. Action replay, really. Tossed up again from Henderson. A little bit wider, maybe trying to lure Fleming down the track again and beat him outside the off stump, but Fleming doesn't bite that time. Using the feet again, beats the short, also wide short mid-on fielder, that's Adrian Dale, and Fleming will get off the mark, so that's his first run. That's the end of another tied over from Henderson, so he's had a great spell so far. Still got 2 overs left to bowl if he's given them. 2 for 24 he has after 7 overs. Partnership of 15 between Robinson and Fleming now. Sorry, partnership of 20, beg your pardon. Robinson's moved through to 23 and Fleming on 1. We're going to have Amitoj Randhawa back into the attack. He opened the bowling from this end, bowled 6 overs, 1 for 13. Chances are he'll bowl his remaining 3. Now, quick single out onto the leg side as Bert Horner, the wicketkeeper, runs around and picks that one up. Robinson can't beat the field on that occasion. One run down the ground, Mason Robinson. Mason Robinson still playing senior cricket for the Wakatu Cricket Club in Nelson. And Brent Fleming also plays senior cricket here in Canterbury, plays for the Sefton Cricket Club, which is in what's called Canterbury Country, which is basically rural Canterbury. Plays in the same team as Fraser Sheet, who represents Canterbury at first class level. So some good players in his grade. In fact, Barry Cross, who will open the bowling for the South Island, he also plays in that side, Sefton Cricket Club. Shorter from Randhawa that time, but not put away by Fleming, and that's the end of Randhawa's 7th over. He's got 1 for 16. So plenty of the players in this match still do play first team cricket at their various clubs, or at least high level cricket. Bert Horner, who's the wicketkeeper for the North Island, he actually plays for the Northland B side. It's a representative side. Adrian Dale plays Premier Reserve in Auckland for the Cornwall Club, so that's a high standard of cricket. Kelvin Scott, who's not playing today, he plays a similar level here in Christchurch. I'm sure there's some others I've missed as well. Andrew Hoare sometimes plays first team in Dunedin. So Mason Robinson doing a good job here, just tapping the singles around. Still got lots of time to go, and with only 3 wickets in hand, he can't afford to be too cavalier. So just building that score up, building it up. Brent Fleming a little more circumspect at the other end. He's 2 from 12. And we'll get a single that time as Adrian Dale can't get across. Just building this partnership up these two after wickets have fallen steadily throughout the innings. It's short, a quicker one from Henderson, first one we've seen today. So Henderson and Randhawa, the 2 spinners for the Auckland over 50s IPT side. Both bowled well at the recent tournament. The North Island side has several Auckland players, probably 5 or 6 of them. A few from the district side. 1 or 2 from Wellington. It's French and McCarty. Nice drive from Fleming that time. Quite fluent, but there is cover out there at wide, long off. It's Dean Bush getting around. Not before they've run 2. Another nice drive from Fleming, this time out to the cover sweeper. He's coming back for 2. It's going to be a little bit tight, but it is a long throw from out there, and Fleming's fit and fast, so the 2 was no trouble in the end. Can be quite a stylish player, Brent Fleming, when he gets the feet moving. Brent has a beautiful house in the country out near the Sefton area. He was very kind to invite both teams back to his house after the game on Friday. We had a wonderful evening. Very generous host. So just the 2 twos in that over. 4 off it. And South Island 142 for 7. 11 overs to go.
Oh, I know. We could pick another one because we had a header at the end of my station. He learned not to rely on us.
Mason's cap.
But one guy caught that with his legs off the tree. So he was
Quick single to Robinson, just dropping it into the leg side. So the South Island are going at 4.1 and over as we get close to the last 10. It'll be interesting to see what sort of target they do have in mind. So we see a nice push down the ground from Fleming. With just the 3 wickets to go and not too much batting left in the shed, they might delay their charge a little bit. And just figure that maybe 200's a good score. Cut again by Robinson, but didn't really time it. Just one out to Chris Jeffries, he was very busy early on at the boundary down there. Had the ball coming to him every second ball, it seemed. He's been able to just take a little rest in the last few overs, with the ball heading to other parts of the ground. That's the end of the over, and we are now into the last 10 overs. 10 overs to go, 144 for 7 is the score. So to get to 200, South Island will need to score at about 5.5 and over. Reece Henderson has bowled his allotted 9. He's taken 2 for 28. Good effort from him. And Randhawa has 1 over to go. He's taken 1 for 20, so there'll have to be a double change after this. Perhaps we'll see the seamers come back. No sign of Adrian Dale at the bowling crease, or John Cleland, both of whom can bowl, of course. Nice fluent drive down the ground from Robinson for another single. So it may well be that Dean Askew comes back. He's got 4 overs left. Ronaldson has 4 overs left as well. Dean Bush has 5. Plenty of bowling options for Adrian Dale to shuffle things around at the end. So the single's just starting to flow a little bit, especially down the ground. These two batsmen punching down to long on, long off. Not on that occasion. Randall was able to get a finger on it, and which he's hurt, but not too seriously. We'll take a quick single out to Samani, extra cover. There's a bit of a back flick at the stumps.
Yeah, so it's fully rigid. It's got little wee V brakes, so you don't stop. So you know when you get on it that actually you haven't got anything fucking holding you up other than kind of bravery and I'm not saying that acts as a limiting factor in terms of how brave I'm prepared to be. Whereas I've got a couple of mates who bought the disc brakes and definitely it's been full suspension up and they go on. Oh yeah. To be honest, it's the only way that I can see stuff actually.
So, in fact, it looks like it's going to be Samani coming back into the attack, which is interesting. Samani, the leg spinner, bowled 4 overs for 23 earlier. Didn't quite manage to land or get much consistency with his length. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes here. Perhaps Dale figures that the slow bowlers are the better option on this pitch. Starts with a short one that Robinson cuts out to the short boundary, but it is fielded there. There's 2 men patrolling that short boundary there. It's a chance. It's been put down. Randhawa there at short third man. It was cut by Fleming aerially and pretty much straight to Randhawa. Just had to sort of lunge forward. Wasn't able to grab it. So chance, another chance for the North Island goes begging. That's 3 today, in addition to some really good fielding. And with this partnership at 36, I think the North Island would have quite liked to have taken that catch. Short again, hidden front. Keeper appeals, but the bowler doesn't. Look like it was heading down leg. And single to Robinson to finish the 37th over.
Well, I did see the,
Just 3 off that.
email
Or 2 actually.
from Waireki from Dr. Goliath.
It's a good over from Samani, good comeback from him.
Good. 10:10 at Waireki on Tuesday.
Born in Uganda was Adil Samani. And he actually made his first class debut for Nottinghamshire in 1987. Played a little bit for Northern Districts, played 8 first class matches in total, plus 5 List A matches. Took 12 wickets altogether. As I mentioned, he's more of a batsman now, batting all-rounder, I guess. Dean Bush now, back into the attack, replacing Amitaj Randhawa. Also from the Northern Districts area, Dean Bush didn't quite play first class cricket, played a lot for Hamilton, which is sort of the next level down, as we see a thumping cover drive from Mason Robinson. He really timed that one, but very well fielded. That extra cover by Reece Henderson. Yeah, Dean Bush played a lot for Hamilton, which is the level just below first class cricket. More of a batting all-rounder back in the day, but he's sort of evolved into a bowling all-rounder at over 50s level. Driven powerfully again by Robinson, but fielded it long off. They will come back for 2. So you just get a sense that the South Islanders are just maybe going up a gear as we're into the last few overs. Robinson pulling aggressively to the leg side. Chris Jeffries does the fielding, and it's just a single. Robinson up to 35 now. Full toss, just bunted down the ground for 1. Ooh, and swings away from Robinson. He just manages to hoik it down. Oh, in fact, he's got it better than I thought. He's hoiked it down to long off, and it's beat the fielder there as it got onto the AstroTurf practice wickets and skipped away. So boundary 4 to Robinson. Still a bit of swing for Bush. This one's not timed, and it'll just be an easy single as the busy Chris Jeffries is in the action again. So Robinson into the 40s now. He is on 40. We've got 7 overs to go. So 162. If they can score another 50 runs, that'll give them around 210, which will be, I think they'll be quite happy with that, considering they were 20 for 3 and then 113 for 7. It's almost a 50-run partnership between these two. So excellent work from Fleming and Robinson. Another single for Fleming. He's moving into his work nicely now. He's up to 12, giving good support to Mason Robinson, who's starting to look quite aggressive. Yeah, plenty of options for scoring on the leg side here. There's no one inside the ring, so they actually managed to get a 2 there with that little dink into the onside. So good placing and good running. And again into the onside. Hasn't hit it well enough to get 2 this time, but easy single out there every time. Short and pulled again into that gap. Just the single this time. That has beaten the cover fielder there. He hit it straight to him, but it was well timed, and I think it just might have taken a bad hop. We'll give Chris Jeffries the benefit of the doubt there. It did skip off his knee and over the boundary 4. So Robinson moves up to 48, approaching his 50. That'll be a good effort from him. So Bush is still going from the Port Hills end. He's done well. Well, I say that. He's up at nearly 7 and over. Doesn't feel like he's been that expensive, but in the context of this game, 7 and over is actually quite expensive. Plenty of singles on offer at the moment, as the field is quite well spread heading into these last 6 up. We've got 2 men here on the leg side on the boundary. And a long off, which is where that ball has gone. There's also a long on and a cover sweeper. So 5 men out altogether.
It's going to take a few minutes. Yeah.
Another single for Fleming down the ground.
Powerful drive.
So he moves on to 15, and by my count, Mason Robinson's on 49. Although I'm not sure if the official scorers will agree with that. Perhaps we'll get a verification of that.
Yep.
And he's hit that one up in the air. There's a man there. It falls short of Armitage Randawa. And they'll come back for 2. And that will be 50 for Mason Robinson. Good round of applause for him. 50 off 66 deliveries. Excellent effort from Robinson, coming in down the order today at number 8. Just what the South Island needed after that flurry of wickets. And perhaps the benefit of having a very long batting order being shown here today. That is powerfully struck. One bounce just before the practice wickets and skips over into the boundary for 4. So Robinson giving this innings some real impetus at the end here. And giving South Island what's already looking like quite a respectable total. Robinson didn't really get going on Friday. He was opening the batting. He was out for 12. But it's been an excellent 50 from him today. He scored 100 at the IPT, of course, playing for the Wellington Tasman Firehawks. And he's had some middling scores for the Wakatu Cricket Club up in Nelson, batting in a similar position to where he's batting today. Probably averaging in the mid-20s for Wakatu, I'd imagine. But he loves playing this over 50s level. It suits him. He's been a star at the international level. One of the top-ranked players in the world, he is. If you're interested in the player rankings, you can go to www.over50scricket.com, where you'll find the top 50 player rankings, in fact. As Dean Askew returns to the bowling attack from the city end, the tall, rangy opening bowler, now much closer to 60 than 50, but still lively by the standards of over 50 cricket. Bowled well in his first spell, took 1 for 16 off his first 5 overs. It's short and could be a chance. It will be taken at mid-on. Reece Henderson, the fielder there, that was short, and Fleming tried to pull it over the fielder but didn't really touch it. And it's a second wicket for Dean Askew. And Brent Fleming's pretty good supporting innings of 15 comes to an end and ends that partnership, which was also very, very useful for the South Island side. I'm going to say 68 runs was the value of that partnership. And he gets a round of applause from his teammates as he walks in. So that was Court Henderson bowled Askew. And that brings Andrew Nuttall
Thank you so much.
to the batting crease.
Thank you.
Dean Askew played first-class cricket for Central Districts in Auckland, played several seasons in the Netherlands and the UK as well, so he'll be familiar to cricket fans in several parts of the world. Also played first-class rugby for King Country, so good all-round sportsman, still fit and athletic at the age of 58. Here he is bowling to Nuttall. That's down the leg side. It's going to be given wides. So it'll be a total of 2 wides. Just finishing off on Dean Askew's career. He played 21 first-class matches and 7 List A matches. Took 63 wickets in those matches. A pretty good average of around 25 as a fast bowler. Robinson that time can't beat the outstretched left boot of Askew, fielding on his follow through. That's a full toss that Robinson pushes away into the square leg region. I think about 2, but perhaps Andrew Nuttall not as fleet of foot as the recently dismissed Brent Fleming, and they just settle for 1. Andrew Nuttall, the oldest player in this match, at 63 years of age, still fantastic cricketer. Batted well the other day, scored the winning runs for the South Island, coming in at number 10 he was on that occasion, as he is today, batting at 10. So we've got the 2 oldest players in action at the moment, Askew to Nuttall. Robinson wants 1, but it went straight to the only man inside the ring on the leg side, so no was the correct call. 4 overs to go, 184 for 8 is the score. So that score of 210 still definitely on the cards. We're going to see the return of Neil Ronaldson to the bowling crease. He's taken 2 for 25 today of 5 overs. Both of those wickets were fantastic leg side stumpings by Bert Horner off wides. So perhaps he'll be looking to angle 1 down the leg side again and hope that Horner can pull off another one. Neil Ronaldson is not among the several first-class cricketers on show today, but he came very, very close to playing for Auckland. He was selected. Selected on a couple of occasions, but never quite got to play. But has long been part of Auckland Premier cricket, as we saw him start with a Bit of a short one there that Robinson pulled out to the leg side for just one. Bustling sort of shouldery bowler, Neil Ronaldson. He was the second leading wicket taker at the 50s World Cup last year. Took 7 wickets at an average under 10. Took a 4-for against the West Indies. Another couple against Canada and one against Zimbabwe, I believe. Well played by Nuttall, pushed down the ground for us, and that'll bring Robinson back on strike. Which is the best result for the South Island side. Let's see what Robinson can do against Ronaldson. He had his helmet on last over against Askew, did Robinson, but he's taken it off now. That would just be a single for Robinson. So he put his helmet on for 1 over, it seems. Robinson, I'm pretty sure that was him with the helmet. And there'll be another single down the ground to Nuttall to end the over. 1, 2, 3, 4 runs off that over. 3 to go. If they can score 20 off those last 3 overs, that will bring them up to around that 210 mark, which they'll be happy with, I think. As the preparations for lunch are being made around me, you may hear some clanking of dishes. The smell has already arrived, and I'm personally looking forward to tucking into a bit of lunch myself. In the meantime, we've still got 3 overs to go. 1 to be bowled by Dean Askew now. Really, Nuttall needs to be just trying to get Robinson on strike and hoping that Robinson can hit a few boundaries here. I don't think he's going to hit all that many himself, Nuttall. We'll see. He does try to do that, and just as I said he wasn't going to, he has hit a boundary over the head of the mid-off fielder. And yes, it's rolled down that bank again. It's gone through a few times today, so there'll be a bit of a chase or a bit of a retrieval job for the fielder. So 4 runs to Nuttall. That's an excellent result for South Island side. It's a bit of a cross-batted swipe. I won't say it's the most elegant shot that Nuttall's ever played in the innings. It's perfectly effective. And a couple more fielders have joined in the search for the ball, which is rolled down the slope at the far end of the ground. Looks like there's some vegetation there that might make the retrieval job a little trickier. And they found it. In fact, it ended up finding that one himself. Dean Askew made the long trudge over to collect the delivery that had been smacked off his own bowling. So he's now got to make the long trek back to his bowling mark. and we're ready to go again. That one's swung away down on the leg side. There is a fine leg, we'll stop that, and just the single. Askew to Robinson, we've got a long on, long off, a square leg on the boundary, a fine leg, and that is a great shot. He's swung that away in between the square leg and the fine leg and into the boundary for 4. So nice hit from Robinson. He moves into the 60s, 62 he is. Nice hit from pushed away, and it's beaten the short third man, Randhawa, and makes a second effort to try and drag it in, but unsuccessful. So another boundary for Robinson. Some useful order runs here. So expensive over that one, 13 off it. And South Island have crossed the 200 mark, 201 for 8 with 2 overs left. And we're going to have Ronaldson bowling to Nuttall. Field spread again for him. And he takes advantage of that by pushing it down to long off for the easiest of singles. Bringing Robinson on strike. So, what's he going to do? How's he going to approach Neil Ronaldson? Tries to swing him out into the leg side towards the short boundary. Can't get hold of it, and there's no run there. Short, cut away, but there is a man down at the third man area, so just the single to Robinson there. Wide on that occasion as we see a big puff of dust. I'm not sure exactly what that came out of the pitch. Someone must have done a big leap or scuffed it up somehow. Quick single this time. Well batted from Nuttall. The wind's just picking up a little bit. You can probably see the camera shaking a little more than it was before. last ball of this coming up. This over coming up. No boundaries so far. Let's see what Nuttall can do. Whoa, there will be this time. That's a great shot from Nuttall. Picked it up off his pads. Over the boundary, 6 runs into the close to where the players are. Great shot from Nuttall, proving some batting credentials that have been hidden largely at over 50s level. So great shot from him, and that does give South Island that 210 target that they were looking for, and they've still got 1 over left, so perhaps even 220 on the cards. If you've been following us all day, you might remember Mason Robinson suggesting 230 was a possible score, and at 113 for 7 he was laughed out of the commentary box, but might get close to that score. 1 over to go, Askew to Robinson. Ooh, interesting. Last over of the game, just bucking that one back to the bowler. Not the sort of shot I would have expected from Robinson. Pretty sure this next one won't be tapped back to the bowler. Oh, there's another conservative shot from Robinson. Not sure what tactics he's employing here. Just the single. Nuttall has a bit of a wild swing at that one. Heads down to the fine leg fielder for just 1. So we've got 3 balls left. What can Robinson come up with here? Field very well spread. Swing, it's up in the air, it's high, it's going to fall safe somewhere. It's just a question of whether it... he moves on to 73. Oh, a bit of a leading edge there, but I think it's going to fall safe. It's gone down to long on. They're going to come back for 2, which is probably the right decision. Good running from those 2. There we go. So that brings Robinson back on strike for the last ball of the innings. He's on... I think he's actually on 75, Robinson. I mistakenly gave 4 runs to Andrew Nuttall. But the main thing is South Island 219 for 8, so looking at quite a respectable score. 1 ball to go. Here we go. Askew to Robinson. Bit of an anticlimax, just pushed back to Dean Askew, who has a bit of a shy at the stumps. No overthrows, just the single to Robinson that ends the innings, and it'll be 220 for South Island side. Just quickly run through the scorecard. We had Richard Petrie, he was the first to go. He was leg before wicket to the bowling of Randawa for 5. Craig Gibb was... How was he? He was run out for 9, I believe. I'll just confirm some of these scores on the Cricket HQ scoring. Craig Gibb was run out for 6. John Gary was LBW for 0, as you might hear the applause for Robinson and Nuttall as they come in. Scott McCarty, he was stumped, Burner bowled Neil Ronaldson for 25. Dean Reid was bowled Reece Henderson for 39. Hamish French was also stumped, Bert Horner bowled Neil Ronaldson for 1. Andrew Hoare scored 13 before he was caught Ronaldson off the bowling of Henderson. At that point, it was 115 for 7, not looking great for the South Island. Then Brent Fleming and Mason Robinson put on a very good partnership of about 60. And then Brent Fleming was caught Henderson off the bowling of Askew, I think. And another good partnership at the end, 40 runs between Nuttall and Robinson. Robinson finished 76 not out and Nuttall 16 not out. Bowling figures, Dean Askew 2 for 42 off 8 overs, Randawa 1 for 23 off 9, well bowled for him, Somani none for 37 off 6, Ronaldson 2 for 38 off 7, Henderson 2 for 31 off 9, and Dean Bush no wickets for 44 off 6 overs. We'll take a 40-minute break and be back here to see the North Island's attempted chase. Hope you'll join us. Okay, welcome back. After the lunch adjournment, we're almost ready to kick off the North Island innings in pursuit of 221 runs to win this game. Saw South Island make a great comeback from 113 for 7 to reach 220 for 8. Mason Robinson top scoring with 76 in that innings. So we've got John Cleland opening the batting with Mike Jamieson. Mike Jamieson not originally selected in the North Island side, but a couple of the North Island guys had to head back home after game 1. Jamieson was available to fill in. Didn't have a very good IPT season, averaged 13 in that tournament, so somewhat fortunate to get the call up. Anyway, here we are, and it's going to be Scott Mason, who is the chief destroyer for the South Island, on Friday, bowling to Cleland. Mason bowled, Scott Mason that is, well, 4 for 25 as I mentioned. Troubled all the batsmen. Not fast by any means, even at over 50s standard. But I believe he swings the ball both ways. Might even get confirmation from that from my fellow commentator Dean Bush. Welcome in, Dean.
Cheers, Jim. Yeah, Potsy certainly swings it in with stock ball, but then I think more slides it away than swings it away. So John Cleland JC, who likes to get on. Well, he'll play off the front end back foot, but he'll certainly look to lift him up over mid wicket if he gets the opportunity.
What was the feeling among the North Island team about the target that South Island set, 221 to win?
Oh, look, competitive for sure. Gettable. Obviously, a lot of talk about the one short-sided boundary. And to be fair, our fielding probably cost us 20 or so.
3 or 4 catches.
Actually 3 that went down with you, or a couple of Look, there were certainly some chances that could have been taken.
Adrian Dale missed one in the first over, Chris Jeffries missed one on the boundary, and then Armitage dropped one at short third man. As we see the first run scored off the bat of John Cleland.
Yeah, so look, competitive total for sure, which is good. We want to see a good tight game of cricket, and it's sort of a contrast to Friday's game.
Well, it almost looked like it was heading that way at 113 for 7. I thought it could have been another low-scoring one, but fortunately, for the sake of the game, Mason Robinson and Brent Fleming put on 58 or so, and then Robinson and Nuttall put on 40 at the end. So the last 2 wickets putting on the best part of 100.
Yeah, and Mason batted beautifully, judged the innings nicely, paced it well, put the bad ball away. It was a very good innings to set up a competitive total.
Barry Cross starts with a short wide ball, as he almost invariably does. This one not punished as it was.
Barry, I believe, would be one of the fittest guys going around at this level. Bowls all day at training. So long as I was having a chat with him the other night, he's saying, so long as there's someone in the net batting, he'll keep bowling.
Yeah, that's right. Because there will be probably hopefully screens. There will be this to you.
Okay.
The stuff that's in the kitchen for afternoon tea and also breakfast is
Oh, yeah.
and the breakfast stuff is been placed there.
Oh, sweet.
Tell John, well, no, he won't get any idea. So like, Kelsey's good enough.
Well, this has Gemmo faced the ball yet? This will be interesting because faced a couple of
Yeah, Jamison's first delivery.
first delivery. Yeah, doesn't normally have a lot of siders, Gemmo.
Well done.
That was easy.
We tried to hit that one, but it was just too wide for even him.
Yeah, even a man with his reach couldn't quite get to that one. And that may well have been his sighter, I think. Well, so if Barry drifts straight here. Yeah, risk and reward. He certainly likes going down the ground, and he'll be looking at this straight boundary. He will definitely be eyeing that up.
Yeah, he's more of an eye player than a technique player. And that's what's where he's been found wanting at the higher levels.
Probably one of the biggest blocks in club cricket as well. So it's you know, with the long boundary, there'll be value for shots for the cuts and the cover drives.
Yeah, good point. Several strips there, aren't there?
Yeah.
I think we got 3 deliveries in favour of the first innings when the slips were taken out. So it'll be interesting to see how long they stay in place.
Just the one at the moment.
And as suggested, anything full is going to get. Yeah, Gemmo will certainly open his shoulders up. There's a lovely shot. Lovely cover, very powerful cover drive.
Into Barry Cross's first over, 6 off it, and 8 for no loss after 2.
Yeah, certainly a few guys in our team nursing some bruised fingers. I think Ardle, off his own bowling, had the ball smashed back at Dean Reid, gives the ball a fair thump. And Reese had extra cover a few times, hit the ball thumped at him from Mason Robinson. So there's a few guys nursing some bumps and bruises on their hands. It's just delicate late cut down to third man for 4. We did talk about field placements earlier and whether it make any difference having your third man on the boundary or saving one. You know, there's probably
About 45 metres, I think, from the stumps at his shortest point, which is where that ball went. So if you're fielding there, you really have to hope it pretty much comes straight to you, I think.
It even complicates a little bit further, so the camera won't also be picking up. There's some nets pretty much at long off, or a very fine third man as we're looking at the game now. There's a set of AstroTurf, a big square of AstroTurf for the bowlers' run-ups for the nets, and it creates a few challenges down there at long on for the right-hander. Certainly if the ball hits that, you're a couple of metres away from it, it's scooting past you.
Yes, as happened once or twice in
Yes.
South innings.
Yeah, we generally say if you place the ball metre or two wide of a fielder and run with the shot, you'll be fine. You should get home. If there's no hesitation, you should make it home. However, there was a nice bit of fielding in our innings where Mike Swoop picked up the ball nicely. There are snippets of pots coming into bowl, and just glided down the third man, and it will just be cut off for a single. You would be unlucky to be run out, I think, if you.
Yeah. Sometimes it is.
Again, just no pace to work with there to manipulate the ball off the square.
Yeah, Scott Mason would have played on this wicket quite a few times, I imagine. Or definitely ones similar to it.
Richard Petrie just coming down with a few words of wisdom for Barry Cross. Or he could just be having a rest and wasting some time, to be fair.
I think he would definitely describe them as words of wisdom himself. Richard Petrie, big believer in his own wisdom.
He's actually very motivational and supportive as a leader on the pitch.
Yeah, he is. He led the Wellington Tasman Firehawks to victory in the first IPT, and a lot of the guys credit him to a large degree for that, for his motivational leadership. Still the only former black cap to have played over 50s cricket in New Zealand. Played 13 one-dayers, Richard Petrie. A little bit quicker, that one.
Yeah, certainly our numbers, I'd say across the board, have close to doubled from last season, and you know, with any luck, we'll spread the gospel again, and numbers will increase again next season. So as we get older, it becomes harder and harder to make our own IPT teams and then compete again at the higher level. So it'd be nice to see some more former black cap players come out of the. Just glided down the third man, and that will not be stopped.
Yeah, that's right. Down the bank there, four runs
into the bowling green. Yeah, it'd be good to see some more ex-professional cricketers come back into the game and give something back, and yeah. There's a few floating around. We're hopeful that it might be another handful make their way through next season.
As you mentioned, the numbers have gone up to the point where we've been able to have two national tournaments this year. Kind of a first tier one, the IPT, and a second tier one, the NRT, both of which went well. One's pretty wide and called wide.
Yeah, it was tough on our districts guys that missed out on the IPT at Cornwall Park in January, but it was very gratifying to be able to give another bunch of guys an opportunity for another tournament at Wellington. It's just a single, just fumbled by the wicketkeeper off a leg bye.
Yeah, so currently about 120 or 130 players registered over 50s level in New Zealand, which is, that number's sort of gone up exponentially in the 2 or 3 years it's been running, and might not continue at that rate, but hopefully it will increase year over year.
Yeah, good tight single, squeezed down past the bowler on the leg side, and Scott McCarty not able to swoop and pick it up, but some good football skills there to prevent any more than a single.
Yeah, he's not really a swooper, Scott McCarty.
For a fair point.
That's a beautiful shot.
That
from
is,
Cleland.
I tell you what, that is all timing, all along the ground. And who's it out there? Is it?
Craig Gibb?
No. That's Pumper. That's so he would have had all of 6 or 7 metres to move to cut that off, and he got halfway there.
Yeah, at one of the longer boundaries. Didn't have far to go at all, but it was just timed beautifully. So 4 to John Cleland.
That's Andrew Hoare out there. That's gone up the hill and across the road and
The neighbours.
up the neighbour's driveway.
John Cleland played a lot of Premier cricket for the Cornwall Club in Auckland, same club as Adrian Dale and Dean Askew. He's on the honours board on more than one occasion up there. All-rounder, mainly as an opening batter though, and shots like that you can see why. He's an aggressive player, Cleland. He's moved to 17 off just 10 balls. And
And it's been whipped out to square legs pretty much straight to Andrew Hoare for a single. And that's the danger of the in-swing, isn't it? If you don't quite get it right, you're going to open up that leg side. And with one fielder out there, can be a risky mode of delivery.
And they're good people, you know. Well, we tried to give them a 3-month waiting football season. But even the guy said he's got
Just worked out to the man on the square leg boundary for a single. Feeling a bit more pleasant today weather-wise.
yeah, it's turned
Jim?
into a beautiful day. It was
Cold the first couple of days.
Grizzly, but yeah, lots of blue sky around, not much wind. It's really nice.
It was just chipped out to square mid-wicket. Misfielded, not pushing for 2, which is disappointing.
Considering the fielder there can't throw overarm by the looks of things.
And his fitness and what have you for his batting, and attempted pull shot there from a ball. It just has not got up. Yeah, but I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot of quick 2s or 3s out there while he's at the crease.
Has he given up permanently?
I wouldn't say that for sure, but
Certainly hasn't bowled in this series.
so there's a fielder in there at sort of a short mid-wicket, and that's just been pushed a metre or 2 wide of him for a single. So well placed in the end. And a good single.
What number are you batting today, Dean?
8 today, Jim.
Okay. So North Island must have a decent batting lineup. You scored 83, I believe, or 87 in a club game last weekend, so you're in good form.
Yeah, different level though, and still it's nice to get a few out of the middle of the bat. But this is a different level again.
You usually bat in your heyday?
Heyday 3 or 4. Opened a few times, but generally 3 or 4.
Were you more of a batsman than a bowler then?
Yeah. And like every batsman, year after year after year in the nets, everybody bowls. And it's cut out to the man at cover point for a single. Yeah, everyone bowls. Everyone bats. It's interesting how things open up and close off over the year, depending on the team and the mix of the players that you've got and you're playing with and what have you. So.
Over 50s cricket, I think it's more normal for bowlers to become batsmen than for batsmen to become bowlers.
It certainly seems to be a few of those examples.
It
has not got up either. I don't know that it was all that short, and that's probably the seduction of the short boundary.
Yeah, it claimed Richard Petrie pretty early. He was definitely eyeing it up.
Yeah. Which is fascinating, really, because for Richard, all of the boundaries are short enough.
I was going to say, it doesn't really matter
which
one he goes for.
Now, at the IPT, he was hitting the wall of the hospital behind the nets at Cornwall Park. And as we sit here at mid-on, that would have been, 60 or 70 metres over our head. So for him to be looking at an even shorter boundary on the leg side was pointless, really.
Bit of a mixed bag from Barry Cross so far. A few extreme wides and then a few good balls well.
Yeah, it's tricky though with this bang on about the short leg side boundary. It means you want to be bowling outside off stump, 4th, 5th stump, and then you can drift a little bit too wide and bring the offside wide into play.
Right.
A good single down there to mid off. Easy single. Now, the earlier cover drive of the previous over from JC has pushed mid-off back to the edge of the circle, which opened up the opportunity for this. Yeah, both of these batsmen, if you get the line and length wrong, the bowlers will be deposited into the short mid-wicket square leg boundary.
Yep, it's an aggressive combination. He beat him at the time, that was shortish, and he was trying to pull it, I think, wasn't he?
Yep. And that one went through sort of, you'd say normal sort of bounce and pace, as opposed to staying down, so.
6 and over off the first 6 overs. It's a better start than South Island got. 4-5 required from here on in.
Which sounds easy, doesn't it? It's just occupy the crease, take your time, take the 1s and 2s, put the bad ball away. But it's a funny game.
Well, we saw from the South Island that they were in a great big hole before Robinson came in. And it's another one that's kept low. So yeah, even if things are well, we've still got plenty of time.
Yeah.
sometimes that can play against you too. You know, you cease to play with the normal freedom that you would normally play if you're chasing 6 or 7 or 8 and over, and you know, before you know it, you can dig yourself a hole and the run rate can boost up. So I don't think anyone in the top 6 will bat any differently than what they normally bat. Certainly, Mike won't hold back if the ball's in his zone.
Whoa.
Oh.
We're going to see an overthrow here, but probably worth a go. Was that John Garrian close? It was flicked to him, short mid-wicket, and he tried to run out. Well, I guess it might have almost been a stumping. Just beat the keeper and beat everyone in one overthrow.
Yeah, came out, so he came out, and then
Yeah, an easy leg by there, square leg, good running, good communication. This pairing obviously having batted a lot together at this level for Auckland. A lot of bottom hand and driven out to square leg for a single.
Yeah, there's a lot of action on that leg side so far.
Which suggests the pitch has really slowed up. The ball's not coming on and it's difficult to drive down the ground, but fairly certain when we see Adrian Dale come to the crease, it'll look like a completely different game and a whole different surface, and it'll look very straightforward and easy, and as it invariably does.
Yeah, if you watch some of the highlights from Friday's game, you know, he just looked like it was easy for him and a minefield for everyone else.
Well, I can tell it was close to the latter. There's a solid inch of grass all over it. It was a little bit tacky, and it was very difficult to bowl a straight delivery on that surface. And Adrian just quietly scores it a run a ball.
Words edgy. There's no third man really, and it's going to go down to where a third man would have been for 4 runs. So another boundary for Cleland. He's charging along, 27 off 22 balls. Mike Jamieson's also faced 22 balls for just 9 runs.
Funny how that happens sometimes. You feel like one batsman gets all of the ball deliveries, the boundary balls, and gets off at a strike rate of 122, and then you feel at the other end that you're getting all of the decent deliveries, and Gemmo's had a few wide balls he hasn't been able to catch up with, but he doesn't often live at a strike rate under 100, so watch out. It's just full toss driven. Peaches does pick it up with one hand.
But I think he thought it was a better option than having to chase it.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's had to scrub the grass stains out of his knees, of his pants, of his strides too often. Leg by, I think, just down to short, fine leg.
Yeah, he's hit a few leg bys today, if you can say that, Jamieson. So, yeah, you're right. Maybe it is one of those situations you said, but also Cleland has taken advantage of the hittable balls that he's had, whereas Jamieson's converted a few of his into leg bys.
Right.
Still got a slip in North Island.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that South Island had one. North Island took theirs out within a few overs.
Yeah, and I think we had a short mid wicket and a short cover catching pretty quickly. You can certainly see the plan here with the field is up and outside off stump, so if he gets it wrong here, that gap it covers open again. No, well bowled, good delivery. It's a great little game of chess, especially the little nuances. Again, the short boundary, which then says, right, I've got to bowl outside off stump. I don't want to be lifted up over the square leg side. And then that opens up a whole lot of gaps on the offside, and gets in the mind of the bowler.
Two strategic captains today, and Richard Petrie and Adrian Dale played a lot of first class in them.
And I'm sure, with the amount of cricket, county cricket that Adrian Dale would have played, the amount of 40 over, 50 over comps sprinkled in amongst the 4-day cricket, 3-4-day cricket, you quite often watch those fixtures and they end up on the edge of a block, big long block, and quite often with a short boundary. So I'm sure this would be nothing new to Adrian to have to combat. And as a batsman, he's very adept at finding those gaps and exploiting those holes. Oh,
Was that a
yeah. So look, there was a full toss. We just talked about being not getting all those loose balls. Mike gets a full toss and does not get all of it, but hits it straight to Dean Reid at short cover.
Yeah, it would have been some catch.
Well, I don't know that he got much of it.
Okay.
But he's got all of that.
Just over the head of the mid-on fielder.
Scott McCarty.
He's got to turn and chase down into the playground. So that was well hit, that one. It's Jamison's first boundary. Yeah, so will that prove a crucial drop?
Absolutely. Dean Reid, what are you doing? 2 hands on it, probably throat high on the bat, never got anywhere near the middle of the bat. So now that Gemma's got one out of the middle, we can talk a little about his bat. So that's something he's acquired from Kyle that he's very, very pleased with. So it has got a hell of a middle. I've seen him use it to good effect. And
Kyle being Kyle Jamison, of course, who most cricket followers will be aware of now. His son.
Yeah, Mike attracts attention and comment. Well, when he's wandering around, he either gets mistaken for Sir Richard Hadley, or obviously as the father of Kyle. Just driven down the ground, and this could run away for a couple. So. No.
Yeah, a couple. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the 50 up for North Island in the 9th over. Jamison didn't have a great IPT, averaged just 13 there.
Good signal down there to mid-on.
Played in the 2018 World Cup, did Jamison. Struggled a bit there as well, good bowlers. I think they exposed his technique, but at the at some levels of over 50s cricket. He's proven very effective, strong hitter.
Good start. I have to think there's going to be a change here shortly. Barry Cross is going to bowl another over. It just feels a little bit unusual for Peaches, actually. He likes to change things up and have a couple of overs here and there and move things around and keep the game. He likes to be in control of what's happening rather than let things drift. So I'd be picking. We're going to see a bit of change very shortly. Probably a double change. A wide full toss sliced away down the third man for a single.
South Island don't quite have the bowling reserves that the North Island do. South Island more of a batting team. Don't think Petrie will bowl today, so Andrew Nuttall is the obvious strike bowler who hasn't bowled yet. Scott McCarty will probably bowl a few overs, perhaps even John Gary and Craig Gibb. Who else have they got? South Island bowl.
Well, I don't know. You see them warming up, and Andrew Hall's rolling his arm over there.
Hall might have to bowl, yeah.
All his medium pace nude off spinners. I don't know really.
Yeah, so Petrie really has front-loaded his bowling attack here with Cross and Mason, hoping to get some early wickets. But at 53 without loss, you'd say, well, that hasn't quite worked. And I guess plan B must be to get Andrew Nuttall in early, and then hope that he can grab a few. But if that doesn't work,
Wait, 1-1-1, yes, no, and they'll scoot back for 2. Comfortably. So misfield there at backward point. Yeah, Scott McCarty's loosening up. So that'll be the first change I'm picking. In driven through the covers. Tested. Will they take on the underarm? Will they take? No. Yes. Yep. And again, comfortable too. Good soft ball throw from the boundary from Andrew Hall, but not accurate or quick enough to prevent the second run. Interesting choice of fielder to have on the boundary.
yeah, he's got good hands. He's a good fielder, but can't throw. Oh, there's a leading edge chance. Whoa, falls in between three guys all running towards it. None of them able to take the catch. So that's probably the closest we've had to a chance so far. That's how you got on Friday, Dean.
Oh, thanks,
almost
Jim.
identical to that.
Yeah.
Except Scott McCarty came charging across and dove and caught you out.
Yeah, I watched it all the way and thought, what are the odds of the big fella, the big rig, getting through to pick that up? And he did very well. I'm not sure if the groundsman was impressed with the amount of work he would have had to have done to fix up the square.
Part of that pitch would have been extra rolled.
He's a big rig, Scotty. Lovely chap. And we talked about this, Jim, over the last 18 months or so. That's again one of the benefits of this level of cricket. It gets people out moving around, and hopefully motivates people to do a bit extra and stay fit and healthy, and because it's not easy getting through 180 overs in a couple of days.
And if you look around, most of the guys are in quite good shape, I'd say, for a bunch of 50-year-olds. If you took a random assortment of 50-year-old gentlemen, they probably wouldn't be as fit and athletic as this lot.
Good sharp single, and he had one-handed pickup from Peaches. Throw at the stumps, but they're both through safely. Yeah, what are we, just under 6 and over? Ticking along nicely. The slower ball just floated up there. Good change of pace. It does get tougher to bowl a slower ball as you get slower, as your fast deliveries get slower to bowl a slower than slower ball. Yeah. But he's followed it up with it's almost an arm ball, round arm, a lot lower, and he's slung it in and it hasn't bounced and caught JC by surprise there. Again, work down the mid on for a single. Right, what's Jamo going to do here? If he's got to be looking down the ground. Let's see what happens. Look, and he was, but probably just a little bit. Was certainly full enough. Maybe a little bit slower, a little bit wider. He's caught the outside edge and it's just gone to backward point and been, fairly straightforward, but nicely taken at backward point.
Yeah, I don't think he got his foot right to the pitch of that one, and it sort of squirted out to just behind square, just on point, and a bit of a soft dismissal for Jamieson. He was just starting to accelerate a wee bit, and he won't be happy with that. Just a limp squirt out to point. I don't know who the catcher was there. Was it Hamish French? Hamish French. So, first wicket down for the North Island. Jamieson caught French, bowled Scott Mason. And that brings in Adrian Dale, the premier batsman in New Zealand over 50s cricket, coming to join his Cornwall Cricket Club mate John Cleland. Looks like we're going to have a change in the bowling as well. Scott McCarty talking with his former Wellington first class teammate Chip Petrie about some fielding changes. Barry Cross bowled his 5 overs for 32 runs.
So what role did Scott play for Wellington as a first class cricketer?
Batsman. He played for Otago and Canterbury.
Wellington.
And Wellington as a batter. I don't think he bowled more than a handful of part-time overs. He now starts with a wide ball that got wider and looked pretty wide to me, but not called.
Difficult angle to tell from here, but look, he certainly shapes the stock ball is certainly trying to shape it away, or swing it away.
It's a nice bit of fielding there at backward point from
French
Hamish
again.
French, who just took a catch.
Specialist backward point fielder. And again, the field is set up. So we've got a short third man, backward point. Boundary. Extra cover, saving one. Cover and an extra cover in the mid-off. So all of this says I'm going to be bowling full and outside off stump. Yes, yes. Yes, I just pointed out to me by Neil Ronaldson, thank you Rolly, that might want to bowl a bit straighter. I had that bit of feedback when I was bowling. I got deposited for the biggest six of the day into I think the ball's still yet to be found. Yeah, nice lovely bit of feedback from Rolly.
Oh, chance of a run out. Hamish French is good there. He's coming to his own the last over or so, taking a catch and
Yeah,
good bits of fielding.
Yep. Sure, but if they ran on the shot, they would have singled comfortably.
There he is again. So, McCarty starts with a maiden.
Obviously, this shenanigans at the end of the over where the bowler has to go and find his hat that another fielder's had to hold for him because the umpires aren't permitted to hold any bowler. And yet any fielder, any one of his colleagues can hold that hat, but not the umpires. I'm completely bemused and perplexed, as are the umpires, by that particular rule.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there, Dean. I don't see any logic in that one in New Zealand, where COVID's not really a day-to-day issue for us, most of us.
Well, even if there was some science that there was an issue with a cap being passed around from player to player, somehow that science is only suggesting that the umpires are at risk and not your fellow players. So there is absolutely no logic. It is a new level of stupidity that has encroached on our game. And certainly every umpire out there that I've spoken to, they just shake their head and go, I'm not allowed to. I get it. Yes, it's stupid, but it is what it is.
And the ball being passed around hand to hand.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Again, the science there, clearly backing up that there's no risk with the ball. Forehead sweat is okay, but saliva is not.
No, I have to admit, I did have a sweaty tongue on more than one occasion this season, Not licking the ball directly, of course, but somehow the saliva did get. Old habits die hard.
Well, they do. Lovely shot down the ground. Single. Richard Petrie defying those hamstrings that are very, very tenuous, bending over and picking up the ball. I'd say comfortably, but it looked awkward. But it was very clean and effective.
Dale off the mark. Oh, another one kept low.
Yeah, I think he's got a bottom edge on that, maybe, and he'll certainly scoot back for two. Could be leg buys.
No. Oh, yes, he's going to be signalled.
Leg buys.
I thought he'd hit it as well.
Yeah.
Two leg buys, that was.
Yep, Scott Mason certainly just applying some saliva to the ball there to polish it up.
We won't tell.
Oh, and another missed field. Very unhappy John Gary, is it?
Yes, on his home ground. He must know that part of the block pretty well.
Yeah.
But, he just skipped through his hands. So that's the end of Scott Mason's 7th over, so it'll be interesting to see whether he bowls his 9th straight or if they save him for a couple more later. He is one of their best bowlers, you'd say, so it's interesting that they've chosen to bowl almost all of his overs straight through at the top.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because you go not really restricting the run rate, not really penetrating. I don't think there's too much benefit either way, whether they save him or bowl him out, really.
But the North Islanders might be thinking if we can see off Scott Mason and Andrew Nuttall, then there's not a huge amount left in the South Island bowling lineup. It's a bit of a danger sign for the South Islanders when you look at the likes of Cleland, who's well set, Adrian averaging almost 100 this season at over 50s level. Yourself to come.
Oh.
It's gone out to the cover sweeper again, Andrew Hoare, who softballs it in.
I think we've got Bert Horner coming in next, then Adil Samani, who's had a real good start to his over 50s cricket with the bat. And Chris Jeffries will be a lot of fun if he gets out here and faces 15 or 20 deliveries, because he'll ask a few questions of the
short boundary. Big hitter, Chris Jeffries, scored 42 off 16 balls in one innings at the IPT. 48 off 16, have just been corrected by the man himself.
Done nothing since.
So that's just driven away off the back.
Dean Bush, one of the harsher commentators over 50s level, laying into the bat, not running 4. Tough school, Dean.
And the manager.
It's glided away to look, come at me. I'm sorry, but that was poor, and I'll stand by that all day long. It's almost a square on, as opposed to an oval, isn't it? The shape of the field, and the deep sort of wide third man cover boundaries, almost right angles. It is a. They play rugby here, football. They must have done over the years. It looks like a.
At some stage they must have. Yeah, it's not a.
So what I'm saying there is that it's a long boundary into that corner, and there was another run there.
Better running that time.
Yeah.
Just the single. Doesn't look like it is going to be Scott Mason to continue. He's heading off somewhere else.
Andrew Hoare. Tell me Andrew Hoare's having
Andrew Hoare's having a bowl.
Is he?
I believe he is, yes.
He's forced his way to the crease. He took his hat off about 80 metres away from the stumps and said, I'm going to bowl next.
Yes, a rare treat. Andrew Hoare going to bowl his little nondescript.
I don't think anyone knows.
I was going to try and describe it, but I'm not quite sure.
Based on what evidence would you be describing?
He did bowl a little bit at the IPT.
Okay.
But I'm still none the wiser. I think
certainly right arm over. Let's go with that. Yeah.
I think we'll call it slow medium pace. But we'll watch out for some, perhaps a little bit of off spin action as well.
Let's talk through the fields here. So backward sort of short third man on the one. No, it's all changing. Sorry. So there'll be a fielder just behind point saving one, a cover saving one, mid-off saving one, cover point on the boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket on the one, short fine leg, deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket. So it's a field set for poor off-spin bowling. No, I'm being harsh on him there.
Well, you may not be. I've just got his first-class bowling figures up here, Dean.
Which is a whole different level. Let's just be, before you carry on, this is not first-class cricket.
Nevertheless,
but,
141 deliveries, 1 wicket, at an average of 144 at first-class level.
Oh, now my trivia question here is, who was that wicket?
I'm sure Andrew will know. List A, a little bit better. 1 for 78 he took.
That's driven down the mid-on for a single.
Have you been watching closely? Are we bowling off spin here? Or?
Oh, the field's definitely set for that.
Cricinfo describes him as right arm medium.
Well, they've got half of that right.
Yeah, so 2 first-class level batsmen have been dismissed by Andrew Hoare, so it's...
I want to know who they were.
2 more than most players in this game have got.
Correct.
He did bowl 111 deliveries to get those 2 wickets. You won't have that many today.
I go to one, I'll drop 10 again.
Good single there to mid-wicket. Good tight single. Running on the shot. It's driven through wide mid-on. 2. There's got to be 2 there. Well, thank you, JC. Well run.
That's the shot that Adrian Dale describes as his favourite shot. Push through mid-wicket. It's got him 2 runs on that occasion. 73 for 1 after 15 overs. That's 4.87 runs an over, which is almost exactly what they need from here on in.
You must be able to jump into Cricinfo there, Jim, and find out who those wickets were that Andrew Hoare picked up.
Well, I'd have to go through all his matches to do that. I can't break it down just by wickets, unfortunately, but
what are the odds that it was the same batsman twice?
He'd have to be the world's unluckiest batsman. Score is 73 for 1 after 15 overs.
No, that's right.
And JC just missing out on an attempted glide there. Again, driven down the ground. Oh, well fielded by a very young, sprightly
63-year-old.
63-year-old Andrew Nuttall at mid-on. Let's whip down the fine leg. No one down there? Is there anyone down there? No one down there? That ain't coming back.
I think he'll leave that. And it's Adrian Dale's first boundary. Nicely clipped off his legs.
That's the risk with the plan that Scotty's trying to bowl to. The sacrifice is known at fine leg, and that's fair enough. But if you don't execute that plan, someone like Adrian Dale is going to exploit it. Probably a little bit more than 9 times out of 10. Has there been a change? They've left it as it is. Still no fine leg.
Still no fine leg. Yeah, there's a huge gap there between mid wicket and right round to gully almost, or slip, I should say. Yeah, no one there at all.
That's right. That's good. I like that. Because it's going, no, that was an error executing the plan, and we'll leave it as it is. Thank you very much. Nicely stopped off his own bowling, Scotty. Very economical approach to the pitch. Another good over.
So it's going to be Andrew Hoare to continue. None for 4 off his first over. He's making a bit of a change to the field. What's he doing here? Sending the long on back. Mid wicket is coming straighter.
Through the first power play, so we can have an extra fielder out.
Right, and
we will have 4 on the boundary.
The man who was at sort of a straight cow corner has gone to a slightly squarer cow corner. We've got a deep backward square leg, just moving a little bit more backward. And there's probably someone on the offside.
There is a deep cover point.
Yeah, so 4 men out. That's what you're allowed at this in this second block of 15 overs.
Full toss just punched down the mid long on for a single.
Bowling to his field.
Well fielded. Well fielded off his own bowling. Now if he bowls one of those knee-high full tosses to JC, it's going to go to the distance.
Yeah, there is quite a big gap just over the head of that straight mid-wicket. He hits it to that man on the ground though.
Yeah. You want to capitalise on that long hop. And it is thumped out to mid-wicket.
Good fielding on the boundary.
French again. Back for a comfortable 2.
Yep, diving, sprawling save by French on the boundary there. It got to him quickly. But he did very well, as he's done throughout the innings.
I don't think there's much work from the right index finger of Andrew Hoare on the ball. Now it's worked away to square leg again, just for 2. Misfield down there, good running.
It'll be his first 50 in quite a while if he can bring it up. Just from memory, I don't think he's got one since the first IPT, which was a couple of seasons ago now. He may have got one at this year's IPT, but
What did he get in the final? Did he get 50 in the final?
I don't think so.
40?
Apologies to the Cleland family if I'm wrong there, but I think he's just
He certainly batted nicely in the final. We got
Yeah.
got a few. Having not fielded at all, gee whiz. Yeah, good use of the rules and the ability to play 12.
Have you enjoyed the weekend overall, Dean?
Oh, it's been great. Look, we've had a blast. We had a good tiki tour around yesterday. Drove out to Littleton and had a good wander around all of the establishments of Littleton. Yeah, good hospitality. Yeah, it's been excellent. Certainly, the Willows is pretty special. Very special. If anyone gets the chance to wander down there and have a look and watch some cricket, there's a lot of cricket played there. So yeah, very special treat.
Oh, that was a good delivery. Dale Beaton on the offside.
Mason's not happy. He took 2 or 3 swipes at the stumps to take the bails off. The umpire has not moved an inch to come in and tidy up the stumps.
Mason Robinson won't want to avert Horner today, but Horner took 2 great leg side stumpings, which is something that Robinson prides himself on. So watch for some theatricals from him today. And he's gone. Adrian Dale's out after getting beaten. He's hit that one straight to cover, and I think it was John Gary who took the catch. So, huge wicket for the South. Adrian Dale caught for 14. And North Island lose their second wicket.
Yeah, look, he does drive in the air. It is a... Yeah, that could easily have gone either side, over the top, but I don't think he certainly would have got that out of the middle of the bat. And he'll be disappointed, but that gives someone else an opportunity. And Bert, who opened the batting, he's been amping to get up there and open the batting and to roll out on an absolute dirty green seamer the other day. Really? I get to open on this? So, yeah, this is something he's more attuned to coming in the middle stages of an innings.
Yeah, he's a gritty sort of batsman, isn't he? Likes a fight. Not a rapid scorer, but he doesn't really need to be today. He can just work into his innings. 5 and over needed from here. He's played a fair bit of cricket for Northland over the years. Also played in England, in Berkshire. I think he represented Berkshire. May have even played a List A match for Berkshire in one of those knockout tournaments. Played with and against some members of the England over 50s cricket team during those days. Ooh. It might be his day, Dean. He did really well behind the wickets.
Well, I tell you what, he is adept at, and I've played obviously a few games with Bert now, and a lot of grounds similar to this, he is very adept at exploiting a short boundary. So he will, if he gets in, he'll wander across the outside off stump and he'll lift the ball over square leg. And that may not take him too long to give that a go. He'll also quite happily punch the ball back over the bowler's head here as well. I think we're in for a good game of cricket here, just quietly, because this pitch is dying by the minute, and he's gone back to drive that off the back foot. There's just no pace in the ball off the pitch.
Yeah, and we haven't even seen Andrew Nuttall yet.
Yeah.
So he's a bit of a past master at bowling on slow wickets. It'll be very difficult to get away.
This might be...
And here he is now, actually. I think Petrie's recognised the opportunity to get him in with the fall of Adrian Dow's wicket. And he'll be looking to Nuttall to sort of really put a stranglehold, I think, on the northern innings. Nuttall going through his usual pre-bowl warm-ups. Always takes a couple of minutes from the time he gives his hat to the umpire to the time we see the first delivery. But you can expect him to land it on the spot right from ball one. Bowling left arm round the wicket to John Cleland. There's a man on the boundary at square leg, cover sweeper, I think. And is there just the two men out? Might just be two men out. He's allowed three? No, he's allowed four actually, but he's only got two out to start. Interesting. Oh! Starts with a great delivery that I think that one must have turned. It looked like it pitched middle and off and beat Cleland's outside edge. So yeah, really good start from Nuttall. Yeah, this will be a big challenge for the North Island batsman against Andrew Nuttall. They need 5 and over, which would be a bit of a challenge in any circumstances, but especially against the tight, guileful bowling of Andrew Nuttall. Tends to get his wickets through pressure, tying guys down, forcing aggressive shots. Gets a lot of LBWs bowled. And he very rarely bowls a bad ball. So it starts with the maiden. Suddenly the run rate required has gone up to 5.27. It was around 4 3/4 just a few overs ago. So the loss of Adrian Dale and the introduction of Andrew Nuttall both made things just suddenly a little bit harder for the North Island. Scott McCarty doing a good job here from the Port Hills end. This is almost halfway through his 5th over. He's taken 1 for 12, that key wicket of Adrian Dale. And he's tied Bert Horner down. He's bowled 7 balls to him now without conceding a run. Oh, Horner's had a go at that one, and it's come in front of us here, and 1 bounce for 4. So Horner's had enough of being tied down by McCarty, and as Dean Bush predicted a moment ago, has gone straight for his first.
I'm not a fan of that. Straight away the long on goes out. Just plugging a gap where the ball's gone. The big appeal for a ball that's been seemingly hit the middle half of the bat.
Another over down, just the boundary off that over. 88 for 2 after 20. We'll have drinks at 23, which is close enough to halfway through the innings. We'll just keep an eye out on that run rate. It's up to 5.3 required now. I don't think they'd want it to get too much higher than that.
Oh, look, yeah, you know, if you've got wickets in hand with the dimensions, and start timing the ball. But yeah, you're right. I mean, obviously you want to keep it under control and don't want to see the game get to that position. I suppose the other question would be, let's say you're the fielding team and the game's going the full 45 overs. What would you be comfortable defending in the last 5 overs? And you work backwards from there.
Yeah. 5 overs is still different from 25 overs, though, isn't it?
Sure.
He's been excellent in there today. He's just done another really dynamic bit of fielding at that short mid-wicket area. Always been a decent fielder. Hasn't stood out for his fielding in the past, as far as I've seen, but he's looked great today.
Yesterday, something didn't give me runs.
And in fact, he's been given
Oh, that's
wow, that was
sorry.
So what happened there is, who was it? John Cleland tucked it round the corner, and it looks like Hamish French, I believe, swooped up and fired it at the stumps. Mason Robinson's whipped off the bails. It wasn't a full-on appeal, I didn't think, from the fielding team.
It was a terrible decision.
Okay. Umpire's given it out. Bert Horner doesn't look pleased. Neither does Dean Bush. He's stormed off to get padded up. Slamming of door, which I think we can just blame on the wind.
That was the wind. Bert's not back yet. That was definitely the one. He's just coming up the pavilion now. No, that was a terrible call. Sorry.
So, interesting state of affairs now, with North Island losing their third wicket. That brings Adil Samani to the crease, 88 for 3, and things suddenly not looking quite so great for the North Island, who would really be looking to win this game, to have one hand on the Pete Escott Trophy. They certainly won't want to go home back to Auckland, back to their level 3 confines without a win to show. Not saying that's going to happen, just saying they wouldn't like that. But you just feel that things are turning against them ever so slightly, with the run rate required virtually 5.5. Andrew Nuttall settling into his work. Bit of bad luck with the run-outs. Not a lot of informed batsmen to come. And I deny any personal bias in this situation, having grown up in Wellington. I'm completely neutral. Doesn't bother me at all who wins, of course.
What are you after then?
So John Cleland started off going at a run a ball for his first 30 or so runs. He slowed down quite a bit, 42 off 70. I guess he realised that he really has to anchor this innings. While he's there, the North Island will know that they have a chance. He's well set. He's capable of cranking up the scoring rate if needed. But all shout for LB, but that one's a bit high. Yeah, North Island will not want to lose John Cleland at this point.
You need some cups.
What's that?
You need some cups.
We do. We got these, but I understand some of the dishwasher, so it's going to be sort of like touch and go a little bit. Yeah, jugs are here.
That's a nice shot from Cleland, but won't be a run. Richard Petrie just sitting back, circle, went flashing out to him, and wasn't time to score a run.
Yeah, they're all on the dishwasher. They've got about 4 minutes. Yeah, they've got about 4 minutes.
It's all right.
Cleland continuing to hit the fielders here. Looked like gaps were opening up about 10 overs ago, but they've closed in quite a bit in the last few overs. It's a short and wide one, and again straight to the fielder, John Gary again. So Cleland just not finding the gaps at the moment. And that's a maiden over to Scott McCarty, so he's bowled well. It's his second maiden, and he's got 1 for 16 after 6 overs. So potentially seen as a part-time bowler for the South. He's actually performed really well. And in fact, that's his third maiden. Andrew Nuttall's bowled, both of his overs have been maidens. So between these two, 5 maiden overs. And suddenly that run rate required is at almost 5.8. Dean Bush seems to think that 15 and over is manageable at the death, but not sure I completely agree with him on that. A few things that Dean and I don't agree on entirely. And again, hits the fielder. So just not finding the gaps, the North Island. That's a break in the string of dot balls, but it's wide, so still nothing off the bat. Pardon? Yeah. Andrew Nuttall loves these situations. Slow, wearing pitch. Chance to just really strangle the batsman. We saw him do that against West Indies and Canada at the World Cup. Just really put the brakes on. Bowled maiden after maiden. Forced the batsman into mistakes. Just changing his flight speed as he does so well. Not a huge spinner of the ball, but really nice variations, and of course always accurate. Oh, and that one's tossed up even more. Left by Samani, and apart from the wide, no run off that over. And that will be drinks. So we'll just take a 3 or 4 minute drinks break, and we'll resume the North Island chase after that. Excellent shot, Leland, cutting McCarty away to the boundary for 4. So it's a good start for the North Island after drinks. You need a further 128 runs to win off 22 overs, just under 22 overs. That's shade below 6 and over from here. John Cleland's still in though, he's on 46. He's probably one of the keys to this North Island chase. Cardi again. Short and wide again, and there'll be another run as John Gary can't scoop that one up. In fact, they'll come back for 2 as it heads out to the cover sweeper. So good running. 6 off 2 balls. So that's the run rate required for this over at least. And Cleland's moved to 48. So approaching a 50. Mason Robinson, the lumberjack, making a bit of a hash of the stumps there, but no chance for stumping. Oh, beats Gary again, almost an action replay of the previous one. And again they're going to come back for 2, so more aggressive running, and that brings up 50 for John Cleland. Well batted to him, 50 off 82 deliveries with 5 boundaries. And it's his, I think it's his first over 50s 50 of the season. No, in fact he scored a 70 in one of the games earlier in the season, so his second 50 of the season. No, I'm wrong again. He's already, so this is his 3rd, so he's actually having a great season. Averaging 30 before this game, 246 runs, an average of 30 with 2 50s. This will be his 3rd. Eight off that over, so that's good signs for the North Islands, straight after drinks. Richard Petrie barking orders at his fieldsmen, sending them hither and to. Still just the 2 men outs on the boundary, is it? It's allowed 4 out at this point. Looks like he's just got the 2. There's a big shot down the ground from Adil Samani. He gets off the boundary with a nice straight 4. Well hit. He's a good batsman, Samani. Averaging over 50 this season in over 50s cricket. And he's played a lot of good level cricket. Played first class, of course, as we mentioned before, for Nottinghamshire and Northern Districts. Well, that wind's getting up, as you can see the camera bouncing around. You have to make sure it doesn't blow over. So it's only going to blow backwards, right? Okay. Bit of a delay as once again the ball's trickled down a bank towards the children's playground at Long On. It's just being hurled back up the hill into the field of play now, and it'll make its way back to Andrew Nuttall, the bowler. So even though we've only had 7 balls since drinks, there's been 12 runs in that time, so it feels like the North don't want to let that run rate get up to 15 and over, even though Dean Bush thinks that's entirely manageable.
Oh, the last 5.
Alright, and we're ready to resume. Nuttall to Samani. That shot also brought up the 100 for North Island, 101 for 3. Is that round arm ball that Nuttall sometimes bowls. Very round arm. The arm comes from quite low and it swings into the batter, into the right-hander. Did on that occasion. There it is again. Nice shot from Samani though. Crunched it through the covers. Beat the diving cover fieldsman, and the guy coming around on the boundary had no chance, and it raced into the boundary. So second boundary of the over. Samani has those 2 boundaries to his name, 8. And that's 2 consecutive overs of 8 for the North Island after drinks. It's going to be McCarty to continue. He's bowled 7 on the trot. He's going to make it 8. 1 for 24 his figures so far. 8 of those coming from the last over, as I've mentioned. Big shot from Cleland, but there's a man down here.
change of government? No, sorry, not going to do that.
Just guided down to short third man for 1. Tucked away off his pads by John Cleland. There's no one down there, and he hasn't hit it hard, but he's timed it enough for it just to deflect down into the boundary for 4. That's another boundary for Cleland. He moves up to 55, and this is turning into the 3rd good over in a row for the North Island side after drinks. So whether it was a deliberate ploy to maybe just get through to drinks and then accelerate afterwards, or if it's just happened that way, I'm not sure. As you can see, that camera jiggling around a fair bit in the wind now. It's not a cold wind, but it is more blustery than it was a few hours ago. More runs to Cleland. Just 1 down to the man on the backward point boundary. Beaten outside the off stump to finish the over. 3rd consecutive over of 8 for these two batsmen. So that's a good sign. Good sign for them that perhaps run scoring is not as hard as we thought it was. Just a few changes in the field, it looks like. More in the offside here. We've got 4 men almost in a line. Got a short third man, a point, an extra cover, and then mid-off, plus the man sweeping on the offside. Nuttall bowls. It's flicked away again from Cleland. There'll be at least 1 as the fielder comes round to get it. Barry Cross quite fit and agile across the ground. Fields well, but they do get 2, so 2 more to Cleland. He moves on to 58 and is really proving the rock of this North Island side. He'll be happy with that. He was disappointed to get out on Friday when he was batting well on 17. More runs again, just tucked into the onside. It's down to Barry Cross again, this time squarer. Samani this time, just pushing it back along the onside, and no run. Partnership of 28 between these two, Samani and Cleland. Again, almost an action replay that time. Samani not able to find that big gap on the onside that Cleland found. If he can just push it a little bit squarer, there's an easy single out there. No run again. Cut away, can't beat Craig Gibb at backward point, so again another dot ball. And just those 3 runs off the first 2 balls of that over.
Yes, thank you.
Paul, who bowled 2 overs from the other end, from the City end earlier for 9 runs. So, interesting stage of the innings. The North Island batsman may perhaps target Andrew Hoare. Try and get a bit ahead of this run rate that they need, or they may just keep pushing away, keep building the partnership. Interesting call from Richard Petrie. Just getting a little cloudier now again. As we see a start from Andrew Hoare, that was a bit quicker than his usual delivery. Yes, it's just clouding over again. We had beautiful blue sky about an hour ago, and it's just become a little more overcast. Not unpleasant by any means. The wind is coming up. There's no rain forecast. Just dabbed away on the offside, and they'll take a single. Takes John Cleland into the 60s.
Oh, you're serious?
Or again, that short pulled away by Samani over the head of the short mid-wicket fielder, just over his head, and into the boundary for 4. So Samani latching onto that loose ball from Andrew Hoare, and just 1 or 2 bounces into the over here. So that is the sort of loose delivery that Scott McCarty was not giving the batsman. It's a full toss this time, but can't take advantage of that. Straight back to Hoare the bowler. Hoare again with those hard to define deliveries. That one's hit out to the cover sweeper and just the single. He looks like he just puts a little bit of side action on the ball there, Andrew Hoare, but doesn't look like there's a lot of turn for him. 6 off that over, so not a bad over. It's pretty much what the North Island need from here on in. Richard Petrie, the captain of the South Island, no doubt thinking hard about his changes, how he's going to marshal his bowlers. Change to the fielder now. Barry Cross is being sent on a long run from one end of the field to the other. I think he's going to end up in a wide long on position. We've also got a deep square leg and a cover sweeper, so 3 men out now for the South Island. They are allowed 4. And Andrew Nuttall will start his 6th over, bowling to Adil Samani, who's on 14. There is that gap. Actually, he did hit it straight to John Gary, but at a slow enough pace that there was never any doubt about the run. So, well played by Samani. He takes a single. There is a big gap on that leg side, so all they have to do is just really bunt it into the leg side. Cleland down the wicket, over the top of Richard Petrie at extra cover and into the boundary for 4. So a really good shot from John Cleland. Used his feet. We haven't seen that much against Nuttall today, but good use of the feet and boundary for Cleland. Nuttall again, how will he react? It's a flatter ball, but Cleland plays it well into that big gap on the leg side. So good batting from John Cleland, following up 4 with a easy single. One down the ground for Samani. Runs off every ball this over. 1-4-1-1. So I think we're in for an exciting finish. The longer that the North Island can keep that run rate at around between 5.5 and 6, the easier it will become for them. Cleland again, aggressive. He's hit it up in the air. It's going to fall safe because the man is a long, long way back there at long on, and Cleland didn't quite get all of it. So just the single. And that ends the Nuttall over. So 130 for 3. And 8 off that over. Good result for North Island. Andrew Hoare's going to bowl again. This will be his 4th over. Cleland again on the aggressive shot. Doesn't make any contact that time. More changes to the field. Not sure what the net change is, but there's plenty of bodies moving around. We've got Andrew Nuttall coming into mid-wicket. There's a short third man. So plenty of gaps, especially on the leg side. Ooh, contact. Cleland maybe just trying a little too hard here, losing his shape on that one. Perhaps thinking about the short boundary rather than just knocking it down the ground for one. Perhaps that's just what Samani's mentioning to him now. Just keep getting those signals. Still can't score a run. No runs off this over so far. It's been a good one from doing a really good job for his captain. This time he just bunts it into that leg side, the easiest of singles. Perhaps he should have done that from the start of the over. And that gives Samani one delivery in this over. How will he approach this, I wonder? Yeah, he looks for the single as well, so sensible batting from Samani. Just takes the one to end the over. 2 runs off that one, and it's 132 for 3 after 30 overs, so 2/3 of the way through this innings. Mike Jamieson was the first to go. He was caught. Hamish French bowled Scott Mason for 18 from 31 bowls. Adrian Dale was next. He was caught. John from the bowling of Scott McCarty for 14. And Bert Horner was run out by Hamish French for 4. So 1 wicket each to Mason and McCarty. John Cleland's on 67 not out. Good innings from him. And Samani's on 17, as you can see at the bottom of the screen there. So plenty of wickets in hand for North Island as we approach the last 15 overs. Scott Mason's going to come back on to replace Andrew Nuttall, so that's interesting. Nuttall still has 3 left. He did take a little bit of tap by his standards in the last couple of overs. So Scott Mason, who's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 25, meaning he has 2 left of his allotted 9. I think Petrie realises he needs to get a wicket here. Mason again, Samani back and cuts, but can't beat point. Aggressive shot from Samani, hoiks it across into the leg side. There's no one out there at mid-wicket, and it bounces a couple of times, then rolls into the fence. So a good option from Samani. Spotted that there was a big gap there. Knew he'd have to manufacture something given Scott Mason's line, but played it well, and the man has actually moved now to exactly where that ball crossed the boundary. Goes leg side again, nice little clip. It's into some big real estate there, and that's going to go into the boundary as well. So more of a delicate touch, that one from Samani, but the result is the same, 4 runs. So consecutive boundaries for Adil Samani. It was a nice little leg glance from Samani, that one. Just tucking it round the corner. That gap remains plugged. We'll see if Samani aims for it again. Ooh, beaten outside the off stump. So better line from Scott Mason there. Nothing much Samani could do, except not get out, which he managed to do. Short and thumped away by Samani. There's a man there. Great fielding though from who's that far away from us there? Looks like it might be Andrew Horde sprawling around. Good effort. So just the single. But again, really good over for the North Island. 9 off it. And they've managed to keep that run rate below 6. It was threatening to get over 6, but it's still at 5.7. And with every over that we get closer to the 45, that run rate gets more manageable. Especially with the 7 wickets still in the shed. It will be the man who fielded that last ball, Andrew Hoare, to come in and bowl again. More changes to the field. What have we got? Andrew Nuttall being pushed back a little bit at mid-wicket. So pretty much anything on the leg side should be a single. There's no one stopping one on the leg side at all. They seem to be more worried about stopping the boundaries. So anything on the leg side should be a very easy single. It's short and it's going to be a wide. Good bowling from Andrew Hoare, Yorker length. Nothing Cleland could do there. It did go, strictly speaking, on the leg side, but Andrew Hoare was able to stop it himself. Ooh, and again, can't get the ball away, so that's good bowling from Andrew Hoare this over, apart from the wide. There'll be a run this time as Hoare can't stop that firmly struck drive from Cleland. Quick one from Hoare and no run. So that's the end of a pretty Pretty good over from Horde, just 1, 2, 3 runs off it. Okay, Scott Mason to continue. This is his last over. Great fielding from Barry Cross, I think it was, there at extra cover. They took off for the single based on the shot, not realising that Barry Cross was going to dive across and pick it up and have a fling at the stumps, but the end result is a single to Samani.
Just asking for a friend.
Cleland smashed this one, but there is a man at wide long, Richard Petrie, and again just one run. That one has beaten Barry Cross this time, powerfully struck and into the boundary at extra cover. So 4 runs to Samani, good strong hit from him. He moves into the 30s now, 33 off 34 deliveries. And he's looking pretty good today. Short and just tapped into the onside. There's a man out there, so it'll just be a 1, although Cleland looking for 2. Again, every ball this over from Scott Mason, his last over. Hasn't been the wrecking ball that he was on Friday, where he took 4 for 25. Just 1 for 41 today. Cleland on the kind of a scoop shot, and he's managed to get it really fine. There's no one back there, so Craig Gibb is chugging after it, and he gets it in, but not before they've run 2. Nine off the over. Good one for the North Island side. Oh, and that's another delicate shot from Cleland. Get onto the AstroTurf and run away for 4. So excellent shot from Cleland. And that brings to the end an excellent over for the North Island. It was 13 off that over. So this target coming into view for the North Island guys now. They only need 63 further runs at 5 1/4. So it's getting more and more as we get closer and closer. A partnership of 70 between Adil Samani and John Cleland. Cleland's on 75, just needs 2 more runs to become the top scorer for the day, eclipsing Mason Robinson's 76. Nice shot from Samani, fielded by the man in the deep, that's Barry Cross, just a single. Big hit for Cleland. That's going to go for 6 on the short boundary, no doubt about that one. Goes sailing into the Heathcote Valley Community Centre. It's Cleland's first 6 of the day, so he does become the top scorer. And the next question, I suppose, becomes whether he can turn this 80 to a century. That will definitely be his first century at over 50s level. Good shot from Cleland, that one. Full toss this time. There'll be more runs for Cleland. Just the single as it goes down to Dean Reid at backward square leg. We have seen quite a few centuries at over 50s level this season. So, good signs for the over 50s batsman. Shot again from Samani. It's gone to the left of Richard Petrie, who won't be able to pull that in. And that's another boundary for Il Samani. 14 off that run, off that over, following 13 from the previous over. So the run rate required is now down below 4.5. When only a few overs ago it was threatening to exceed 6 and over. It's a really good partnership, this from Samani and Cleland. Batsman just having a quick drink before we progress into the last stanza of this match. 84 runs is the partnership between these two, and the target is now 50 to win of 66 deliveries.
Just water. Just water. Just water is awesome. Thanks, mate.
Andrew Nuttall will come back to bowl his second spell now. It's probably the right decision from Richard Petrie, bringing his key strike bowler back into the attack. Done for 20 off his 6 overs, Andrew Nuttall. So South Island really need a wicket here. They're not going to win by restricting the northern batsmen. They really need to instigate some kind of collapse. And Andrew Nuttall would be the man to get that going. If the North were to get up and win this, it would be their first win against the South Island in 4 attempts. Here we go, Nuttall to Cleland. Slapped away on the offside, but there's a man covering that boundary, so just the one awkward Mason Robinson to collect. And again we see that flick into the offside off the back foot from Samani. Nice looking shot it is too. They run hard and appeal for a run out, but Cleland must have just made it home there. He was. He's not the most fluent of runners. Tends to lope rather than sprint. But he did manage to get back for that second run. He's also been batting for 111 deliveries himself, so he must be a little bit tired. Anyway, the net result is 2 runs to Adil Samani.
Yeah, I've got one and there's one out. I was right there, I saw it.
Nuttall to Samani again. Down the track a little bit, and he's hit it to mid-off. It's bounced off the knee, I think, of the fielder there and run away, allowing them to take a single, which they probably would have at least attempted anyway.
Yeah. Right there, blue instantly. Yeah. Oh, degree, yeah.
That man at mid-off going back to long off now. Try and stem one of John Cleland's run-scoring options. He does go on the offside and beats Barry across his outstretched left arm, but can't beat Dean Reid. Just a single. So end of the over, another steady one off it. 5 runs coming from that over. And North Island playing this really well, just sensibly, maturely, calmly going about the target now. They only need under 4.5 and over, so should be quite easy from here as long as they don't do anything silly. And we're going to see Richard Petrie have a bowl. He didn't bowl earlier. He's been under a bit of a injury cloud, as he so often is. But his hamstring must have got better a few overs, and he's going to have a bowl. So he is one of the leading wicket takers in New Zealand over 50s history. Hasn't bowled a huge amount this season. He's taken 8 wickets at 14, which isn't bad. But more of a batting all-rounder these days, Richard Petrie. So we'll probably only see him off about 4 or 5 paces, not steaming in off the full angry run. And he's bowling to John Cleland on 85. Starts with a short ball that Cleland crunches out to Dean Reid on the boundary, and are we counting that as a drop catch, or was it a half volley? Half volley, okay, so good effort from Dean Reid. He's covered himself in dirt in the process. Bit of a half-track loosener from Petrie. He didn't really deserve a wicket, you'd say, for that one. Shortish again, and this one's been slashed away. Bit of an edge, really, from Samani. And it's probably going to reach the boundary. It is, in fact. Rolls down the hill into the playground again.
Down by the swing.
Down by the swings. Yep, he had a swing at that one and ended up in the swings. And no swing from Petrie. So.
So that sort of Mason off view was a good shot, wasn't it?
Which one?
That one you did over there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Flick it on, so nice one.
Got a bit angry.
Well, he runs up and down the middle of the pitch, for starters, and then when he comes back for two, he eventually
Yeah.
right away.
So two balls that he's bowled so far, he'll
When I walk back to my
probably want to
I'm
attack the
literally
stumps a little more.
He runs around in a circle, runs around me, dots down, and then runs straight back in.
Another easy single to Samani out to the cover sweeper. He's batted really well today, Samani, as he approaches his 50. So we could have a few milestones coming up in the next few minutes with Cleland on 86 and Samani on 48. That's a nice shot from Cleland. It's partially fielded by John Gary, but not completely, and they take one.
No, it was JC.
So Samani has already scored 250s this season. He's averaging 40. 202 runs at 40 before this series. He scored 7 on Friday and he's 48 now. Oh, misfield from Scott Mason. It's running away for just the single, taking Samani up to 49. 49 off 45 deliveries for Adil Samani. 8 boundaries in there. John Cleland on 87. Australians take note. New Zealanders don't worry about that. That will be a leg by if they make it, I think. Indeed it is. It's fallen since then, and North Island have really taken hold of this game. .88-run partnership, 98-run partnership in fact, between these two. So all sorts of milestones coming up in a moment, perhaps. Oh, it will. He's managed to find the gap between two men on the onside there, has Cleland. He moves on to 88. So all eyes on Adil Samani now, approaching his half century. Just needs one more for that. Not on the 6. Good work from Andrew Nuttall, the bowler, racing across into the covers to try and prevent that run. And he did, in fact, so well done. Again, no run. That will be the 50 this time as he pushes it a little bit squarer and brings up 50 for Adil Samani off 48 deliveries. Well batted, Adil. Very important innings for the North Island. And Cleland has smashed that, and the cover sweeper won't get around, so there's another boundary for John Cleland. Well, and what started off as a pretty good over from Andrew Nuttall has ended not so well. 6 off the over. So Adil Samani's 50 off 48 deliveries with 8 boundaries. That's also the 100 partnership between these two. So they came in at 88 for 3 with the fall of Bert Horner's wicket, and they've put on 104 runs. So when Horner was out, it was probably advantage South Island, but now the North well and truly in command. And Samani's looking pretty good now. A little bit of a slow start, but he's looking very comfortable now. Nice drive this time. There's a lot of work for the man to do out of the boundary, but he can't do it. Beats Hamish French, who's one of the fitter fielders, and races up the bank under the Pahudakawa tree there and onto the street, and 4 runs to Adil Samani. So just 25 needed now as the North Island approach 200. They're 196. Target of 221 to win. Richard Petrie has taken a little bit of stick so far off his 8 balls, 12 runs he's conceded. Another nice drive from Samani, fielded this time though by Andrew Hoare in the covers. But Samani looking very fluent at this stage of his innings. Oh, a big appeal for LBW, but it didn't bounce much, that one, but it must have just been outside the off stump, I imagine. And they will run through for a leg bye. Coming up on 5 o'clock here. It's been a nice day in the Heathcote Valley of Christchurch. Not too warm, but not too cold. And that will end Richard Petrie's 2nd over. He's got none for 12. Andrew Nuttall has 1 left. So perhaps the North will just think if they can get through that, it'll be pretty plain sailing after that. Perhaps the only question that remains is whether John Cleland could reach his century. 24 needed, he needs 8. Good chance he will get there. But Samani's had most of the strike recently, and he's been scoring quickly. He's on strike again. Here is Nuttall now, bowling to Samani. Down the pitch. Where has that gone? That's gone into the gap wide of the fleet of foot. Brent Fleming, I think that is, chasing it, but he can't stop it. And it's another boundary to Adil Samani. Good batting from him. And just keeping an eye on that equation, only 20 needed. John Cleland still needs 8 of those 20 if he's to reach his century. I think that the electronic scoreboard that they have at the Heathcote Cricket Club does show individual scores, so hopefully they can see what each batsman is on. And for Cleland to be stranded short of his first over 50s century, now that the result doesn't really seem in doubt.
But he wasn't a named replacement.
They just didn't name
Aggressive shot again, and that's gone for another boundary. Cover sweeper was actually nowhere near that one. It went squirting out quite square. So 16 runs needed. Cleland still needs 8 for his 100. And Andrew Nuttall taking a bit of punishment here at the hands of Adil Samani. Perhaps lucky to get away with that delivery. Usually anything down leg sides is wide. That one does go to the cover sweeper this time, Dean Reid, and it's just a single to Samani. So just the 16 runs required now, plenty of time. The main question is whether Cleland can reach his century. Should be 2 there as he dinks it out into the leg side. Still running well, John Cleland. He's been there the entire innings, coming on 40 overs. He's been out there the whole time. He'll enjoy his beer after the game today, I'd imagine. On the sweep this time, and that will find the gap. Plenty of gaps in this field, and that's one of them. So a boundary to John Cleland takes him to 98. So suddenly that century is looking a bit more achievable. And he needs 2 more out of the remaining 9 runs to reach that milestone. That's the end of Andrew Nuttall's 9 overs, none for 46. That's quite expensive by Nuttall's standards, considering that he only had about 10 off his first 4 overs. He did take a little bit of stick there at the end. Very unusual for Andrew Nuttall. It's going to be Petrie to continue from the Port Hills end. There's not much remaining in this game. 9 runs off 36 required. Solid defence from Samani. Nice drive, but Andrew Hawes in the way of that one, and no run. 4 dots in this over from Petrie. Not especially relevant at this point in the innings, with the run rate required only 1.7. That's a nice drive again from Samani. Good fielding from Andrew Hoare, just parries it away with one hand, and they do get a single. So John Cleland has 1 ball left in this over to try and reach his 100, or perhaps get a single and get it done next over. Ooh, beaten outside the off stump. So he won't get it this over. Cleland on 98. North Island need 8 runs to win off 30 deliveries. And we have 5 overs left. So who's going to come into bowl from the city end? Maybe a chance to give someone new a bit of a trundle. Looks like it might be Craig Gibb to bowl his part-time off-spin.
That's Barry, I think.
In fact, it's Barry Cross. So Petrie sticking with his frontliners. Barry Cross bowled 5 overs off the reel at the beginning of the innings. None for 32 he took. So really the last throw of the dice for Petrie now. In the South Island, maybe just looking to get a little bit of respectability into the scorecard. As it stands, North Island cruising to a 7-wicket win. So here's Cross bowling to Samani. Clipped off his toes nicely. It's going to be a lot of work to do for the fielder coming around. Can he get there? He does. He does very well, actually. That's Hamish French, I believe, who's been excellent today in the field. But 2 runs to Samani. And still that century to Cleland is not a fait accompli. Needs 2 of the remaining 6 runs to reach it. Wide. That has beaten the field, and that's going to go for 4. So, good shot for Samani, but he's getting some words of advice from his team. They want to win, but they're also aware that Cleland just needs the 2 runs for a century, so a call of block it out. And then some other calls of, no, don't do that. So we'll see Samani just play out the rest of this over with just 1 run required. Scores are tied. I hope Barry Cross doesn't bowl a wide here. Two balls left in this over, and then John Cleland will have a chance to press 100. He'll need to score a 2 though. So Samani following the team instructions, just playing out these last few balls. Really to gain for Samani anyway, he's on 70 not out. He batted really well.
John Gary, 30 metre circle. John Gary.
Ooh, good attempted Yorker from Barry Cross, but Samani keeps it out. End of that over. And the scores are tied. 1 run required to win for North Island. 2 runs required for John Cleland to score a century. And I believe he's going to have to do this in a boundary, because if they run 2, the second run won't count. It's only the first one which will win the game. So he really needs to score a boundary if he's to get this century. So if he is interested in getting the century, I'd suggest that he forget about running altogether. Running doesn't help him. Richard Petrie will bowl the 42nd over. He's taking a bit of time over his field. Maybe a few last minute mind games with John Cleland. Petrie probably knows the situation as well, and some of these field changes may be just to take a bit of extra time out of the game. Right, so here we go. Richard Petrie to bowl to John Cleland on 98. Scores are tied. And they're going to run it, and unfortunately for Cleland, it takes him to 99 not out, and the game is... Oh. Okay, sorry, I've made a mistake here. It looks like 1 run is still required. So the target is in fact 222, not 221. So I suspect we're going to see Adil Samani block out the rest of this over, if he's able. So there might be a little lack of action for the next 2 or 3 minutes. That will leave the scores tied, with Cleland needing 1 to win. So it seems like I had got the South Island score off by 1. 221 was in fact their total, so 222 is the target. So the scores are tied now. Petrie to Samani, and he's solid in defence again. Just practising his forward defensive here. Gone from chasing a target to trying not to score runs. Oh no! And that could actually run away for 5. Is it going to cross the boundary? It's buys, and it's going to be.
Has it gone, JC?
It has. It has not gone to the boundary, apparently. Hang on, it has gone to the boundary. Oh no! What a terrible. Wait! No one knows what's going on. The umpire has cancelled that. Okay, so confusion all over. What has actually happened here? Is it game over? No. Okay, so they didn't run. The ball went down towards the boundary. The umpire signalled that it had gone for 4, then changed his mind, says it hasn't gone for 4. So the net result from that delivery is that it's a dot ball. Probably saved the blushes of Mason Robinson, the keeper, who would have been responsible for denying John Cleland his century. And that's the end of that over. So now we have the matchup that everyone's waiting for. Barry Cross bowling to John Cleland on 99. Just needs 1 run to score a century and win the game. Can he do it? Ooh, it's down the leg side, and it probably should have been given a wide, if we're honest. A couple of fielders signalling wide, but the umpire's arms are trying to float up, but he's holding them down. And Cleland will get one more chance. I'm not sure he'll get away with another wide. Barry Cross, let's see what happens. And they're going to run it, and century for John Cleland, win to the North Island. Excellent batting from John Cleland, fantastic century, his first in over 50s cricket. North Island win by 7 wickets. So fantastic chase by the North Island guys. Handshakes all round. And that's the end of a very entertaining day's play. So we'll leave it there for this evening.